After several days of pause, I just decided to continue recording, and finally, I think today we're going to finalize the project. So first of all, we didn't commit the last time, so we have to commit all the things. So let's just commit the directory. We have a couple of things. I just closed all the open files a few seconds ago. I even don't know why I did that, but here we have a lot of files, and let's have an overview on that. So we included the style CSS on the backend, that's fine. Oops. We have the order controller. We removed the update because we don't need that, that's fine. I think we can commit this one as a very first thing. Remove order update action from order controller. Okay, let's continue. So we have order search. We added the full name right there. That's nice. We can commit this one as well. So implement search by full name in order list. Okay, in the layout we added the menu item order. Nice. We have customized the grid view for the orders. That's also good. We customized the view page of the order, and we added the address information and order items information as well. Here is the style CSS, and we customized the formatter as well. So I'm going to commit the formatter first, and that main PHP, because that includes that new formatter. So let's just call this create new formatter class which extends core formatter. Okay, let's commit this, and I think we can now include everything in a single commit, and that's going to be finalize orders table page. But I think we missed one thing, so let's have a look in the browser. We have that arrow where we are testing something, so we put the arrow right here for the sorting. I think we need to change that. That should be index on the index page, right, this one. So we need to remove that and refresh the page. Did we save? Okay, here we have it. Okay, now let's commit everything. Finalize. I have a typo. Finalize. Okay, I have a finalize. Right. I don't like generally making typos in the commit messages. Something is wrong. Finalize. What's this? I think my wireless keyboard doesn't have any power. Finalize orders table page. Right, let's commit. Let's see if my keyboard still will have a problem. Okay, so let's push everything, and now we can focus on the dashboard side. So let's go to the backend, views, site, and index, and this is the page which is displayed on the order. So the menu item basically is not mapped to that page, but if you open, just access the backend, here we see that congratulations, and this is, by the way, always active. The other menu items does never get active, and we need to take care of this as well. But other than that, we have to link the dashboard menu item to that page, and we have to implement it actually. So let's go to the layout main and search for dashboard, and I'm going to change the href right here, php echo URL, and we need to use ehelpers URL to, and specify right here. Well, we can even specify home page, right? because the dashboard means the home page. So E up home URL, just like this. I made a typo again. Save that and refresh and click on that, and it goes to the home page. Nice. Okay, let's actually start implementing that dashboard. But first, let's have a look at the SP-admin2 dashboard. So we have a couple of widgets right here, 4 widgets, and we need 4 as well. Earnings annual, tasks, and pending requests. And we have line chart and the pie chart and a couple of other information. So I think that we should only display, I'm thinking just to display these 4 widgets, and then the earnings by month, and maybe we cannot output the pie chart. So technically we can output the pie chart, and that's going to be purchases by country, maybe we can say, but my point is that the country is not a drop-down item. It is a free text. Anyone can actually type anything. We can actually take out the distinct values from that and output. Let's do like this. Okay, I was thinking maybe outputting the line chart, which would be the number of items, number of products purchased per month, and the bar chart, which would be the total price per month for the last several months. But let's do the pie chart. So we're going to have different visual components on the dashboard. All right, so let's start with the dashboard. So anyway, we're going to have a look at the widgets, what's its CSS, how it looks. So we need to copy and paste those. So I'm going to open the folder where we have downloaded that SP-admin2, and we need to open the index.html. So I'm going to open this in PHP Storm. So let's put it right here, and let's find that this is the sidebar collapse, and this is the top bar collapse, and this is the content fluid, and we have the page header with the generate report button. This is it, and down below we already have that earnings and a couple of other things. So I'm going to copy all these. By the way, this comment is copied and pasted. Okay, so these comments are not correct. So let's copy this, go to the index, and delete the Jumbotron, delete the body content, and just paste this right here and format the code. So let's save and have a look. Okay, this doesn't look horizontally because it needs to be inside a specific class, maybe. Yeah, it needs to be inside a row. So let's copy the row as well and paste right here. Okay, save and refresh. Okay, now we need to populate this with the actual values. And let's first change the labels. So this is going to be total earnings, or let's just call it earnings. The next one will be products sold. The next one will be, where's that? By the way, this is the progress bar, and I don't want progress bar. I want to have similar thing. So maybe I can delete that specific call and duplicate the other one. This one maybe. So just like this. And it's going to be orders made. So we can either remove the comment or just fix it. So that should be orders made. And that should be products sold. And that should be earnings, just earnings. And we have the last one, which is, let's put right here number of users, total users. Total users. Okay, so total users. Let's save and refresh. Okay, so they have the same color. Yeah, let's actually implement the actual values, and then let's see if we can like change the colors or so on. So we need earnings, which is money. We need product sold, which is quantity. Which we need orders made, which is also quantity, and we have total users, which is also quantity. Okay, let's go to now site controller. Okay, I'm gonna start charging my wireless keyboard. So let's open site controller in the backend, and we have to find the index action, and right here we need to select those values. Okay, so we need total earnings, and we need to select that from the order. So order find, we need to find the orders, like the total amount of orders. So this is not a multi-vendor shopping system. So the single installation basically is for a single vendor. That's why we need to select all the orders, which is actually paid. So we can specify right here paid like method, which doesn't exist, and we have to create in the order query. So order find paid, and let's take the sum. Let's actually implement that paid first. Let's go to order query and scroll down below and implement that paid method. Return this and where status equals order status completed. Okay, nice. So, and we can specify that this returns self, which is PHP 7.4 syntax, or we can just skip that. And right here I'm going to specify sum, which returns the total earnings. Okay, and we need to specify that total earnings right here. Earnings corresponds to total earnings, or we can pass it even the formatted value. Actually, let's pass it just like a variable, like a number, and then we can format in the view if we want. We have to specify total number of products sold. That's gonna be excuse me, order item find, I think count. So we need to find all the order items, and no, that's not actually correct, because one order item might have more than one quantity. So the total number of products will be sum of the quantities. Right. And right here I also made a mistake. Why did I do this? That's weird. Q parameter is missing. What's the Q, by the way? Returns the sum of specified column values. Column name or expression. Right, so we need to specify right here the column name, and in the order table we have total price. So we need to specify total price right here. In the order item, we have to take the sum of the quantity, and that's going to be total products, and we need total orders as well. So in this case, that will be to select all the paid orders whose count, yeah, we just need count of the orders. That will be total orders, and we need total users as well. So I'm going to do that. User find, we can select the active users only. Do we have user query? We don't have user query, and if I want to select the active user whose email is actually verified, I need to take here the status. So find user where the status is user status active, and I'm going to select the count of those users. So here's one important point. We don't actually have a roles which differentiate the front-end user from the back-end user. And when I select the user, it actually selects all the users from the table, right? And one user is admin, and the second user is an user of the front-end. So technically, it should be even possible that the front-end user logs in on the backend side. So I think this is a very important thing to consider, and that's why it is not recommended to use a product which is created in several hours on production until you start actually testing and thinking more about the product and test many different cases and scenarios. So we have actually a problem which we need to fix right now, but I'm going to write this at the moment. So user find and where status is active and count of all the users, and that will be total users, and we need to pass all these values, like total orders is this, total orders, and duplicate this, and we have total products, and we have total users. Okay, when we select the order items and take the quantity, we need to select those order items whose order is paid. So right here we need a left join on the order, or maybe inner join on the order table name. I'm going to give it an alias O, where order ID equals the order item's ID. I'm going to give it also order item and alias order item, and then order's ID equals order item's order ID, and I'm going to select only those orders whose status is completed. Order well, let me write this, status completed. So now I have a duplication where right here and right here. So I can use this same method. So if I just apply right here, paid, that's not going to work because the order item find returns the order item query. However, we have this method in the order query. Okay, maybe in this case it is okay to have that where condition duplicated. However, I need to specify right here O status. So order status needs to be completed, and we pass all these three values, and let's just take all of them, go to the index, and let's just dump them, all of them, like this, commas, save and refresh. Total earnings. Okay, do I pass that? That's called earnings. Let's call it total earnings. Refresh. So right here we have 4 values. This is the total earnings, but this is too small, I think. Let's go to the orders and let's check where the status is 1. So this, let's search for status is 1, which means that the order is completed, and the total price is actually 28, right? So we have total 4 orders, we have totally 6 products sold, and we have 2 users in the system. I guess this is correct because we have a lot of unpaid orders in the system. Okay, let's go to the index, and because PHP basically puts a red underline right here that these variables are not initialized. I'm going to put right here the doc block that these variables actually exist. So let's duplicate this, and I'm going to select. You can just don't pay attention to that error if you're using PHP Storm and just leave without that. I generally don't like these kind of errors, so I'm going to fix that, and I'm going to write that these are the float values. Well, actually, earnings is a float, orders, products, and users, these are integer values. All right, let's go now to the earnings, and right here, I'm gonna format the value. So I'm gonna use up formatter as currency and specify total earnings. Let's go down, and we need to change that icon, by the way, which is the calendar icon. That should be dollar icon. So this $5 sign. So this needs to be copy and paste right here. Replace, and we have $28 earnings. Then we have products sold, and right here we can just output PHP echo products, total products, and that will be 6. And this icon should be changed into products icon maybe. So this one, whatever we are using right here. So let's search for in the layout right here, search for products, or we don't even need to search. Right here we have it. And go to that and paste and give it that two classes, fa2x and text gray. Let's delete the second one. Okay, we have that icon. Now we need orders made. This is going to be in the following icon. Let's scroll down, and right here we need to output orders, total orders, and that should be this icon. fa2x and the class. I changed the wrong place. Okay, it should have been changed right here. Okay, nice. Now I changed. Okay, my mistake, excuse me. So the first and second is okay. I need to change this one right here. Okay, so this is the icon and this is the classes, and the total orders needs to be also is incorrect. Right here we need total users, so that should be total users, and that should be total orders. Save and refresh. So all these first three is okay. The total users doesn't have correct icon, so we can go to the users and change that into users. I think there exists that. Right, so nice. I'm going to change also the color of these two to have like separate colors. So on the dashboard we have different colors, success, primary, info. Let's change that into info. Where's that? Text warning. Let's give it not the total users, but it should be total orders, text info, border left info. Save and refresh, and here we have 4 different columns: earnings, products sold, orders made, and total users. So if I go now on the front end side and purchase an item, let's purchase 2 items, go to the cart, the total price will be 100 actually. So let's go to the checkout and click on that. Yeah, we need to specify that information. So I'm gonna specify just dummy information, something. right here also email, we need to take care of that as well, that this must be a valid email address. Let's specify right here address, city, state, country, Georgia, and zip code something. So let's click on checkout. Okay, by the way, we the last time I tried to purchase using debit or credit card, it didn't work. So let's try this time. Okay, it seems now it works, which is fine. So let's search for PayPal, credit test, or sandbox card details. Where's that? Okay, we can use any of those, I guess. So let's take this American Express, or let's take the MasterCard and paste right here. Card number expires any, I think we can specify any time, which is in the future. While testing, use only test credit card numbers, only numbers. The expiration date must be a valid date in the future, right? The view, the credit card person. Okay, I think we can specify any time in the future. I'm going to select 0 to 21, for example. The CSC can be, I think, anything. And I guess if I can skip that billing address and don't fill that up. So let's just click pay now. No, I have to provide that address. And I guess this must be a valid address. Can I specify Georgia? Okay, I'm going to specify my information right here. I guess it doesn't make the address validation. 6, 7, 8. Okay, I have to specify Georgia's valid number. So, okay, let's leave it like this. And the email. So I can specify my email address, or sura@example.com. Okay, let's see. Let's check the network as well. It's going to make a request finally. The submit payment is in the pending and we have an error. Okay. Address in the mail. Okay, I guess this is fine. So that's because we are sending an email, and address in the mailbox given right here doesn't comply with RFC standards. So let's check if the order is actually made. Let's go to the orders. Order is made. Its status is not completed because of that payment. However, it has transaction ID and PayPal order ID. But why its status is not completed? So maybe we have a bug also. So if we go in the submit payment, right? Submit payment. So let's search for action submit payment, and let's check the place where status is changed into paid. Where's that submit payment? Submit payment right here. Okay, if this payment has been made, so if we get the information about the transaction, then we calculate the paid amount, and if paid amount equals to the total price and the response result status equals completed, then we set the status completed. But I guess this doesn't happen. Interesting. So this is an information, by the way, the response which comes from the PayPal is an information which should not be lost, and we need to display. We We don't need to obviously display it to the user, but we need to save that information somewhere. So in an ideal case, that would be in the logs or in any other place, but I think I'm not going to do this in this specific video. Maybe I will do this in the next series of this e-commerce, because I'm going to like create separate videos for separate things like airbag, role-based access control, internalization, and so on. But right here, like I'm going to write a to-do. Okay, and the to-do, maybe I'm going to write to-do right here. So save the response information in logs. It should be to-do. Okay, but right here the problem is on that line, and I'm going to find out what is the actual problem. So we have to repeat the same thing. So I'm going to var dump the paid amount, and I'm going to var dump the order total price, and let's var dump the response result. And I'm going to exit right here. So don't commit the transaction. Do I have transaction right here? I think I don't have, and that's something to think about. So right now there was a problem in sending an email right here. The order has been saved, but there was a problem on that line. So that's actually not user's problem, that's my problem, and the order should be committed right. And basically there is no other place where we make some changes in the database. I guess this is the only place, so that's why we don't have transaction. Okay, so I'm going to exit right here. Let's actually go to that page. I think the cart is right now empty, isn't it? Yes, so if I just, let's try the same thing. Let's see. Okay, so let's specify the MasterCard number expires 02/21 123. I'm going to select the Georgia. Let's see the required fields. So zura@example.com. The mobile will be 555-123-456. That's going to be Tbilisi, and address. Okay, let's clear the network and click on Pay Now. Let's make sure that we dump everything correctly. So if response status code is not 200, then we have other problems. So yeah, we are dumping correctly. So let's click on Pay Now and wait for a couple of seconds. Okay. What just happened? What just happened? Well, I was redirected to the home page because the request that didn't return. That's pity. The request didn't return an error, and that's why I was redirected to the home page. But because I was redirected, I lost my response data. I don't see that. So right here, I'm gonna set the E app response status code. I'm gonna change the status code to be 500, which means an error, internal server error, and I won't be redirected to the home page. Let's repeat this same thing. We have to reproduce the same error. I mean, I can log in and I don't have to enter the information, the user information, but I want to repeat the same things. to reproduce the same error, and that's very important thing. So sometimes the error only happens on production. When you launch the application on production, the client tells you that, hey, my application, like, I can't make an order. So you make an order on your local system and you say, yeah, no, it works on my machine, so it works. And of course, there might be a lot of reasons why it doesn't work on the client side. The first rule for me is that you have to reproduce the exact same steps the client makes. So you have to make sure that you are not also authorized if the client gets this error when he's not authorized. You have to make sure that you enter the same or similar information the client enters. Maybe there are some problems in the length of the fields, or maybe there are some problems because this is not actually a valid email address. Maybe there are some problems because the address zip code is not provided, or etc. I think you get the point, but you have to repeat the exact same steps to reproduce the error, because otherwise it might not work, and then you say, no, it works on my machine, and that's it. Okay, let's specify right here my address. Actually, it doesn't care, so it can be something. I'm gonna leave the zip code. Okay, so let's submit with the credit card. (0221). Let's choose the Georgia. I'm gonna leave the same thing. Address 555 and Zura@example.com. Let's submit now. Go to the network and observe. Hey, what's going on? Why do I get that thank you for? Submit payment. I'm going to try to replay this, but I can't replay. Okay, so let's go to checkout page, and I'm going to remove the redirect. It was checkout, or it was a different page. It was pay now. Scroll down, and I'm going to remove that, the redirect. So I have to repeat this same thing once again, and that generally I have done this many times, so I had repeated these same steps multiple times to finally find the problem. So I have to write some dummy information right here. I guess in this case the error basically is not dependent on the address and email at this specific case, but maybe the problem is in the credit card. Let's go to the network, clear, choose Georgia. So this is the credit card. Some dumb information. Maybe it validates the address. Okay. Now let's open that, and here we see that. Yeah, we didn't see previously because we were redirected. Okay, so this is the, what is this, by the way? card controller. So this is the paid amount. This is the total price. And the status is completed. So now I see what's the problem. The problem is that I'm comparing that with 3 equality, and the total price received taken from the order is float, and the paid amount is number. As simple as that. So I can cast that with float, and then they must equal with 3 equality. I guess that was very tiny bug, but we spent a lot of time to reproduce this. And yeah, generally from my experience, more time is taken in finding the bug than fixing. So fixing in most cases is easier if you just find exactly where the problem is. So if I just replay that, I guess the order will be saved in the database right here, and the status is also turned into complete, which is fine. So let's go to the pay now and uncomment this, and I have to like test this once again. Go to home page, the cart is basically empty, add 2 items in the cart, it didn't add 2. Go to checkout, specify that information. So yeah, because this is not a valid email address, we have a problem. So I think I'm gonna fix this right now as well. Let's go to this is basically the order information, right? So we have to go to the order, and inside the rules we have to specify that email is a valid email address, just like this. Refresh that page and specify something, and right here we have an error. Okay, so let's specify now first name, last name, Surah something. We have the following error, so I have to specify the valid email address. Then in the address I will specify some dumb information, just I will provide the country name. You will understand why I do that. And click on checkout, click on debit or credit card, copy that MasterCard number. I think this is the one last time when we test this with the card. 0221. Okay, I hope now everything will work. Submit payment is on pending. Okay, and I think it worked. Let's check the orders, and new order has been made. Now that's good. Let's go to the backend and refresh, and now look at this. So we now have total 10 products sold, 6 orders have been made. Previously there were 2, and we only select actually completed orders, and the total earnings is 228. So that's nice. Okay, we shouldn't forget that we have to take care about the problem that the front-end user might be able to register on the backend. But first, let's finalize the dashboard. Okay, so for this, I'm gonna take that line chart. Let's go to the charts, by the way. And right here we have that file where that demo chart information is written. So JS demo chart area demo. First, let's have a look in the index.html. Where is that index.html? This one. And down below we have that card area chart. So I'm going to copy this row, move it in the dashboard, right here, but we need the corresponding JavaScript, otherwise it won't work. So let's see this, refresh, and it doesn't actually work. Now, according to this, let's go to JS demo chart area demo. Let's go to JS demo chart area demo, and we have to open that and see what's this. So these are some default things for the charts. We have number format, function, chart area example, and this is the data. Okay, and we have tooltips as well. So let me check the index.html from which we took that. So first of all, that chart will have some identifier, right? Let's go to the interface on the dashboard, and we have some drop down right here which we don't care. We need that earnings overview text, which is right here, and we have the card body, and we have my area chart. So this is the place where inside the canvas the data is outputted. So if I just search for that, that will be right here, backend web JS demo. Okay, so we have the JavaScript which we need to include. So we get the canvas, and we specify the canvas in the new chart, and that does everything. So the problem is how to generate right now the data. So I can include that JavaScript, but we need to provide the data as well. So I'm also thinking that maybe including the JavaScript like this is not a good idea. Do we need that number format function? Yeah, we do need that. Okay, let's do like this. I'm going to move that JavaScript into the dashboard page. So let's just copy this, go to the dashboard page, and I'm going to create a script tag right here. And inside the script tag, let's put this. And I guess that should work already. Refresh. It doesn't work. Let's check the console. Refresh. Chart is not defined. Right. Let's go to, well, let's go to backend asset. And I think we don't include the chart.js right here, and we need that. So where's that? Yeah, we actually don't have that. So let's take that information, chart.js. Where does this come from? From the vendor, I guess. Right, chart.js. Inside the vendor we also don't have chart.js, so let's take the chart.js and paste right here. And we have to include that on the page. Let's once again check the index.html and see what to include. So we include that chart min.js, this one, and that's it. So we need to go to the app asset on the backend and we do need to include that file, chart.min.js. However, if we go in the backend index, this will still give us an error, because we don't have this written in the jQuery ready or something like this. So if we just refresh, we still get this error because that JavaScript file is included before the chart.js would be included. So if I just put this in the jQuery ready function, save and refresh, now this $sign doesn't exist because I'm trying to use jQuery before it is actually included. So I can use a vanilla JavaScript on content ready event, or I need to register that at the end of the file. So I'm thinking, and that's why we have these delays. So I think we can use now PHP's function, this register.js, which accepts string. So in this case, I have to copy and pass this as a string, and I don't want that. So maybe I can create right here a script variable. It should be a multi-line thing. How should I create that? I actually honestly forget that. PHP multi-line string. Right, in this way. And that should be script, and finally we have the end of the script, and I'm going to copy that and paste right here. So the bad thing right now is that we don't have any syntax highlighting, formatting, etc. I don't like this. So I'm going to now give you all the options. So what we can do right here, and then we can choose which one is the best. So this is one option, and first of all, let's make sure that this works. So we have now a variable, script variable, and I can pass that script variable in register.js, and I guess that should work. Refresh, and right here we see that line chart. So that proves that this works. That registers that JavaScript at the end of the body. So that's why it works. Second is to have in a separate file, just like we had it before. And in this case, I'm going to call these. Do I have these? This. I do have. Well, actually, I can even have this at the beginning of the file. Right here. Yes. So I'm going to comment that comment register.js and call register.js file and specify the demo file. So that will be JS and demo chart area demo. So JS/demo, let's start with the absolute path, and chart area demo. Save that and refresh. Register.js file. Okay, we need to see where the file is registered. Chart area. Yeah, this is registered as the very first thing. So yeah, that's actually a problem. So we need to tell also that when this asset is registered, it must depend on the backend app asset. So before the asset manager registers that specific file, it needs to make sure that first all the assets from the app asset is registered. So before I reload the browser, I see that this is registered as the very first thing, and then jQuery and others. So if I just save these and refresh, what's that? Depends. It should be depends. Refresh, and now that ARIA demo goes at the very bottom. Okay, and that should work. So we have that. The third option is to create a script tag to use actually layout blocks. So I can create a block. So let's take out all these things again. So I'm going to show you all the ways. So let's take out all these and create a script tag right here. Put this right here, and I'm going to make this as a block. So PHP this begin block, and I can give it a body and script. That's the block name. And PHP this end block. Now I can go to the layout, and down below, when we end the body right here, this is a place where all the JavaScripts will be outputted. So this is the place where view page source, all these scripts, all these ones are outputted. So after this, I can use that block. So PHP echo, I'm going to output these blocks. From that blocks, I want to output body and script, but that might give us an error for certain pages. So if I just refresh on that page, it works. On other pages, we're going to have an error right here. So I can use that double question mark. Otherwise, let's output an empty string. Okay, save and refresh. And for other pages, it doesn't output anything. For the dashboard, it will output it correctly. And if we go to the backend index and simply delete that script and remove that register.js file and save that, this will still show the chart, because now that script, which is body and script, is outputted wherever it should be outputted. Okay, so yeah, we saw 3 different ways, and probably the best way in general is to have in a separate JavaScript file. So if the JavaScript is very large, I recommend to have it in a separate file. But in this case, I guess this is not very large, and I'm going to also provide the data right here. Okay, so we need that data to be taken from the view. So how to do that? So first of all, the line chart actually works. Now we have to provide the correct data. Let's go to the backend side controller again, and maybe we need to commit a couple of things before we continue. So just to be sure that we don't lose anything, let's first commit the front-end side, or the order query side. So what did we do right here? So this is a separate commit. Only emails, allow only emails in the order confirmation page. Allow only emails in the order confirmation page. And another one was a fix bug inside the cart controller. Okay, a fix bug in the cart controller when submitting the payment. Okay, let's continue now. So I need all the line chart information, and that's one of my favorite thing, to select the data and convert into the data which needs to be reported and displayed as a chart or something like this. So there are many different ways to do this. So first way is to select the whole data and start processing by PHP on the language level. Second, which I used to do before, is to create such kind of query that it returns the data what you are looking for without additional processing on the PHP side or on the language level. So in this case, because we want to display the whole earnings by month, and to talk on a like long run level, so this e-commerce system might be running for more than a year. So technically we need to select the rows for the past several months, and then we need to group by that information per month. So I'm just thinking right now we don't have that much data. We have just like 6 orders totally made. And how can we show that information? So we can only show, I guess, last 2 months, because I'm doing this for about 1 month from the first commit. Maybe when there is a small amount of orders, we can just display the for each day. Or I'm going to do like this. This is done by YouTube Analytics, so it displays the statistics for each day. And if you choose just 1 year, it still shows the statistics for each day. So there will be about 365 points on that line chart. And let's do this way as well, right here. Okay, let's select all the items we have and just show the statistics. So in this case, we don't have any certain period. So we need to show all the orders have been made. So let's do like this. First of all, select all the orders. Orders equals order find. We need paid orders, and let's find all. So we found all paid orders. I'm going to create a variable data and start iterating over my orders. Okay, so if we have a look at the orders, there might be cases when the order is made on Monday, for example, then no orders have been made on Tuesday, and then order have been made on Wednesday as well. So, and let's say that there are only 2 orders made on Monday and on Wednesday. And let's say that today is Wednesday. So in this case, we need to display the 3 points on the chart. So it should be Monday. So Monday will have 1 order, Tuesday will have 0 order, and Wednesday will have 1 order. And that is how the line chart should look like. So if today is Thursday, so in this case, and there is no order made today, we should show 0. If today is Friday and no order has been made, we need to show 0 today. So basically we need to show a line chart from the first order up until today. Okay, if no order has been made from the first order, which was made on Monday, then we show 1 on Monday and 0s for the other days up until today. Okay, so I'm thinking, what information do we need to show on that? So we only show the total amount. So we can write a query. So I'm going to do this. We can write a query. I want to write select. To select from the order, so select everything from orders the docs. So I want to group by the date, but I want to group by the actual day. So group by order created at, but I want to convert this into a date without the hour, minute, and second. So let's search for MySQL timestamp to datetime. Let's open that link. From Unix time, you specify, no, this is not what I want. I guess this is what I want. Date format from Unix time. Okay, so let's select order created date, or let's just paste this and specify order created at and let's execute this. So here we have that information. These are all the old orders, and right here we have the today's orders. I want to cast that into a day. So if I just write group by this one, and I want to, by the way, select also the sum of order total price, and I have to specify also where order status is paid. So this will give me all the totally I have 6 orders, right? 6 completed orders, and this is the total price for each of them. But I want to group these 3 orders into single one and write that, hey, on 13th of December there have been 15 total like $15 total earnings, and like the today 26th of December there have been $200 total earning, right? So I want to group that by the date, so I think I can use that cast function. That datetime is, I need to cast that as date, so it will only consider date, not the time. So if I just execute that, this is exactly what I'm looking for, and I can cast this. Let's actually show this on single line. Just move that sum down and from as well. So cast this as date. Okay, now I only get the date, and I can specify right here as date in backticks. Okay, so I have a date is total price. So I have that select, which returns the total price per day. So I think this is all what I want. I can of course achieve the same result from here, from PHP, but if I can do things in the SQL query, I prefer to do that. However, I still need to process in my PHP level, because there has been 0 orders made on 13, 14, 15, 16, and also in between 17 and 26. So I have to fill that information with zeros, okay? So I'm going to show you also one approach which I used to do before, years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago. So that is to create a temporary table. So temporary table is just like a normal table. It has columns, it has everything, it has data, but it only creates inside that session. So you create the table, you insert something there. As soon as the MySQL session goes, the temporary table goes as well. So I used to create the temporary table dynamically from that controller, and inserted their days, like from the minimum order day up until today. Okay, and in this case there would be like 14 days, right? And then I would write a left join from the temporary table on that specific query to fill the remaining days with zeros. And I would have a result like 13 on 13th of December there's a 15, on 14 there is a 0, on 15 there is 0, on 16 0, 17 13, and so on. So I would have like this, and I can do this right now, but I think doing this on an application level is more interesting. I don't know actually which one is more interesting, but let's choose one way and do it on application level. So I need also to sort that by order by date, order by created at in ascending order, right? So I need to now take that query, go to the site controller, and select my orders in this way. So that should be order find by SQL, specify that SQL query. I don't want that paid, just I'm going to select as array. I don't want instances of the order, I just want like a plain array. And let's indent this properly. And the status, basically I can specify right here that this should be a status, and the status is order status completed. Okay, status, right, this. So now I have orders and I can start generating that data. Okay, I know that the first record inside that orders is the minimum date. I can also generate a days, which is, by the way, nice to have. So let's take the minimum day. So min date equals from the orders. Well, we can also specify if the order's length is more than 0. So if there are no orders made, we just don't do any of those things, right? So I can write if orders is not empty, then let's process the orders and pass it down. So if there has been no orders made, then we just pass an empty array right here. So let's just specify the data is the data, or let's call it earnings data. Earnings data. Okay, so now if I know that there is at least one record in that orders, I want to take the first record from that and I want to take date. So which obviously will be the following date, this one. So this is the minimum date. I can parse that date, convert into an object, and then from that date up until now I need to create a list of dates. So let's create dates equals an empty array. Then while the min date is less than now or something like this, let's actually convert that into date time if we can. So min date time, or let's just call it d, is new date time, and I'm going to specify min date, and I want to print this, what is this d as well. So exit and go to the backend, refresh, and this is the date time, and this is the 13th of December, which is fine. So now I'm going to do like this. So while this d the get timestamp is less than, I'm going to also create now date is new date time, which is the current time. So if that the timestamp is a less than now date get timestamp, and by the way, I need to also test how this works. It should actually select, it should also work on the today's date, and I'm curious if this will work on today's date or not, but we're going to test this anyway. So then inside the dates, also, hold on, also I want to convert, I'm going to remove this, I want to convert that into a map where this date corresponds the total price. So let's do this, and then I'm going to re-explain everything. Okay, so we have the dates, and we have the now date, mean date, and right here I'm going to create orders, order by price map, and this will be, I'm going to use array helper index. I'm going to index the orders, or actually I don't want to index, I want to map. I want to map my selected orders from date into total price. Okay, and if I dump my order by price map and exit right here, I should get an associative array. I have a syntax error, let's remove that, refresh. So this is my associative array. So on that day there has been 15, on that day there has been 13, on that day there has been 200, the total total price. So this is my associative array, and now right here I start generating dates. So from mean date, which is this, up until now I start generating days, and I'm gonna put that in the dates. By the way, it's also interesting how I need to convert the data to supply it to the chart.js. Go to the backend index and see. So first of all, we need labels for the days, and then the data is just a raw data. Okay, so we need labels and the raw data. Okay, so let's go to the site controller, and we have to create labels as well, which will be days. And inside the labels, I'm gonna push the current day, which is the actual mean date, format it into day/month/year. Okay, this is gonna be the labels, and I'm gonna increase my date. So d set timestamp, or I can even set the year, month. So I can set the date, specify year, month, and day, or I can set the timestamp, which will be d get timestamp plus the number of seconds per day. I think this is it. And finally, this will give us the labels. So let's see how labels looks like. Refresh. And from 13 up until today, we have all the labels: 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and so on. Okay, this is what we're looking for. And this is the label. So I'm gonna extract that in a label variable. And I have to also construct the earnings data, right? So earnings data, inside the earnings data, I'm going to push if there exists some value from that order by price map for that specific day, okay, if there exists, let's take this, otherwise take 0. And let's now dump that earnings data as well, refresh, and yeah, 13 is missing. Okay, so inside the labels we have 13 as well. Why don't we have, yeah, this is actually 13. Yeah, this is 13. So it didn't take. Okay, let's just print the order by price map once again. Refresh. So this is it. So the problem is in the format. So the format is different right here. So if I want to display that in this format, I have to leave it, but I have to do like this. So if from order by price map for the current daytime, let's format it differently. So year, month, and day. If there exists a record for that specific key, let's take this value, otherwise take 0. Save and refresh. And down below we have on the first day, which is the 13, we have 15 value. On this date, which is I guess 17, we have 13, and today we have 200. So otherwise we have 0 every time. So that, by the way, should be also numbers. So maybe, okay, whatever is taken out from here, I'm going to put this in the parentheses. Let's cast this on the float. Okay, just like this. Refresh. Now all of them are float values. I guess this is good. So we have that labels and earnings, and nothing is necessary anymore. Okay, and I'm going to pass that labels right here. Labels, we get the data, we get the labels. Let's go to the index and we have to supply that. So inside the data, I'm going to provide PHP echo JSON encode data, and for the labels as well, echo JSON encode labels. I generally use the JSON encode, the JSON helper class encode method, rather than the native JSON encode, because once I have read that, this is more safe in terms of UTF characters and so on. So this is also written right here, by the way. It's correctly encoded using the like JSON specifications. Okay, so this should be labels, and we have to accept the labels. Let's just provide that the labels and the data is available in the view, and they are arrays, both of them. Save and refresh the page, and we see this line chart. Okay, which is fine. So right here we have the 15 total earnings, right here we have 13, right here we have 200. So if we just go into orders and just set the status, let's sort that, by the way. No, let's sort it by ID. In descending, and let's specify these ones status 1. And let's see, refresh that. Okay, so here we see now. So the total earnings increase, products sold increase, orders made increase, and right here we have that nice line chart. Let's let's turn all of them into one, refresh, and here we have that. Okay, so right here we don't have any activity because nothing was purchased at that time, but yeah, I think that's fine. So I'm going to remove that drop down. So let's go to the card, that card, and that is the drop down I want to remove. Okay, and now we need to take care about the revenue sources, and I'm gonna I'm going to display right here a revenue sources by country. Okay, so this pie chart, by the way, is not working at the moment. So let's go to web view demo and chart pie demo. I'm gonna take all these things, go to the index, and down below where we have that script tag, so we even don't need that ready. We don't need that ready. So I'm going to remove that jQuery ready, and I'm going to put this down below. Just make sure that the variables names do not conflict. Right, in this case they conflict. Okay, look at this. So this has a variable context, and pass it to that myline chart, and we have another variable down below which is called also context. So we can either name it differently, but I generally prefer to wrap this in an IFI, self-invoking, immediately invoking function. So let's create a function which calls itself and paste this right here. So I create a scope just to have a different scope for each chart. The defaults for the chart can move up right here, and then the number format also can move up. Okay, we can delete this, and I can put this pie chart also in its own IFI function which calls itself. Paste and save. Now we need to pass the correct data right here, so that labels should be countries. Actually that should be PHP echo JSON encode countries, and where's the data? Right here we have the data, and that should be PHP echo JSON encode countries data. Okay, so we can declare these variables. So countries is a label, and countries data, countries is an array, and countries data is an array as well. Okay, and what do we need to do? So we have that countries, why it doesn't see countries, right? Okay, let's go to the site controller once again, and so this is for line chart, and we need something similar, not something similar but relatively easier for pie chart. Okay, in this case I'm going to select orders by country. So let's go to the console and create second query. So select, I need to select country and sum of total price from orders, and I want to group by country. Okay, so let's execute this. unknown column country in field list. Okay, that makes sense. There's no country in the order, there is order addresses. And I want to join to order addresses. Okay, so let's write join. Select from orders. That should be inner join, order addresses. And yeah, now it should work. Okay, so here we have it. Let's give it also a label as total price. Okay, and these are just different countries, so we have possibility to manually type the country, but if that would be a drop down, that information, that select can be changed slightly so that we have that nice real countries. So let's just take that query, go to the site controller, and write that countries data equals from the order find by SQL, specify that query. By the way, we only want completed orders, right? So we have to specify where order status equals 1, execute that, right here where order status equals status, and let's just specify status corresponds to order status completed. I'm going to call as array and all, so select everything, and then from that select I want to get the first column, which will be labels, and I want to get the second column, which will be the data. So go to the site controller, and I'm going to specify countries equals from array helper. I want to call get column, and I want to specify the country's data and index 0. And then we have that country's data for index 1. Okay, so this the country's data will be the first column by index, and the country's label will be the 0 column by index. So if I just save and refresh, I don't see anything. Let's go to the console, refresh. So the pie chart doesn't work. Let's go to the backend index, and this is the my area chart. This is my pie chart, and down below we also have that my pie chart. Okay, what's up? Okay, let's put debugger right here and refresh. Okay, so we have the debugger, and the labels and the data set, all of them are nulls. That's the reason. Let's go to the site controller, and let's see what is the country's data. Refresh. Okay, so right here we should not, so that is an array of associative arrays, and we have to specify right here country key, I think. So let's just put this in the var dump. Okay, here are the countries, and if I just specify total price, this will give me a column of the total price values. Okay, so let's turn this into total price and remove the var dump, refresh the page, and I see right here the pie chart. So the point is that we need to change that as well, Actually, let's go to the script index. We don't know actually how many countries we have, right? So we need to have a list of colors right here to just take. So we need actually many colors. So we can also pick up some random colors, etc. Where does this come from? Direct, social, and referral. It comes from here. So we need to change this into countries as well. That formatting is not nice. So PHP for each countries, like this, PHP and for each. And right here we write PHP echo country. So we have different colors. That's okay. So that's tricky thing. So now in our case we need the dynamic colors, right? So we might have 5 countries or we might have 10 countries, and we need dynamic colors, and we need also each country to have unique color. So in this case, all of them will have the same color. Right now we have some colors missing, and so on. So how to take care of this? We can generate the random colors, and I think we should do that. So let's go to the, and that should go in the site controller. So that is a part of the controller logic. So let's have a look at the pie chart again. So what values do we need? So we have the background color, we have the hover background color, which probably is a slightly darker version, right? It is so. We have the hover border color, which can always be the same. And we have tooltips background color and body font color and border color and so on. So the only thing we need to take here is the background color and hover background color. Okay, so we need to generate these colors dynamically based on each country. Basically they should be random colors. So let's take the countries and extract in a variable countries, and I think we don't need to take the total price, we just need countries, and we need colors. Well, actually we need 2 colors. We need the background color and hover background color. So PG colors and hover PG colors. Okay, like this. Now we iterate over the countries, and I'm going to actually convert. So I'm going to do like this. New countries is an array, and inside that new countries I'm going to push an associative array where we will have country, which will be this country, and we have color as well, which will be some random color. So generating a random color is not complex. We just need to generate 3 random values from 0 to 255, and maybe convert that into hexadecimal, or just specify like this. So I'm gonna do like so. So RGB and random. So from 0 to 255, that is the 1 color, red. Then we need green, random from 0 to 155. And we need another one from 0 to 155. And closing parentheses. So that is a random color, I guess. So we need to provide right here new countries, and why I do this. Well, let me think. So we maybe need country. Okay, I'm going to call the countries country labels. Country labels. Okay, we don't need that. So why I did that, new countries. So I was thinking that maybe when iterating over the array right here, I can just output the country at country, and I can output the value as well right here. Okay, but I'm gonna do it differently. So I don't want that new countries. I just want a color. So color is this, and I want to put that color inside the BG colors. That will be like this. We also need hover BG color, but let's specify at the moment both to be the same. So BG colors is this, and we can use the same one. So I don't want new countries, I don't want hover BG colors. For each country I generate a random color and put it in the BG colors. If I go in the index right here, I don't want to use that text primary or anything. I want to specify the style where color is PHP echo BG colors for that index I, and I want that index as well. BG colors is not declared, so I'm going to specify that this is an array, and then I have to specify that BG colors right here as well. So echo JSON encode BG colors, and in this case for the hover I'm going to use the same color. It is also possible to make the lighter version of the current or darker version of the current color in PHP, but for simplicity I'm going to do the same. So this is how it looks like, and to be honest, I don't like the colors. Also, when I refresh the page, every time it generates random colors, and that's not actually very good. So that's a nice feature, but not the perfect. So I'm going to make the country addresses to be more realistic, like change this into USA, and let's change this into USA as well. Change this into UK, and Georgia okay, we have actually 3 colors, right? So refresh and we have 3 countries, Georgia, UK and USA. That looks nice. However, we might have new countries as well, because yeah, if just you make a new order, you have a new country. But I want to have a like a finite list of colors, maybe 10-20 colors, and use always that color, so that I don't have always random colors, and my chosen colors will be also nice than the random ones, so that doesn't look good on that interface. Okay, so for simplicity right now, I'm gonna take these 3 colors, what we are written here. So maybe I take these 3 colors and go to my site controller and paste this is the color options, okay, like this. Oops. Okay, and when choosing the BG colors, I want to do like this. So I want index right here. So from that color options, I want to take for the current index. So in this case, I don't want to generate random color. So in this case, this will work fine, and I always have the same colors, the original colors what have been there. But if I have 4 countries, so if I go to the order addresses and change that into India, for example. Oops. Refresh, I have an error. Because from that color list, there doesn't exist the 4th element. So I can, of course, create the 4th element, and in this case, this will be red. However, then there we might need the 5th country, 6 and so on. There are totally like 250 countries or something like this. So we can declare all this. So I want to loop in these colors if the colors doesn't exist anymore. So right here, I want to pick the color, whatever is the remainder of the country index divided by the count of the color options. Okay, so if the index is 0, from 0 to basically 3, the remainder will be from 0 to 3. As soon as the index is, for example, 5, so if I delete that red, if the index becomes 4, in this case, 4 divided by the 3, which, no, excuse me. So if I have 4 countries, then the index for the last country will be 3, right? So, but there exists no element at position 3 in this array. So this is the 0, 1, and 2. There is no element at 3 position. So in this case, when 3 is divided on the length of the array, 3, the remainder will be 0, so the first element will be taken. And it will loop, so for first country, for 0th country, this will be the color. For first country, this will be the color. For second country, this will be the color. For third one, this will be the color, and so on. Okay, in this case, we'll have the repeated color right here. So this is the USA, this is Georgia, this is UK, this is India. So now USA and Georgia have the same colors. Well, this is actually fine, so you cannot do it otherwise if you don't want to have all the random colors. I guess this is fine in this case. All right, so that's looking good. Okay, I want to fix that copyright things. So I think we are done on the dashboard, isn't it? So I don't see anything which needs to be done right here. So we have the countries. For the nice result, let's say like this, I can like convert a couple of Georgia into maybe India. Okay, and also now India has much more. Let's change this into USA. Okay, this is nice. So we have 4 countries roughly equally. So this is USA, this is UK, India, and Georgia. Okay, we need to comment the dashboard. So we did a lot of things on the dashboard, and I think we can comment all of them all together, right? So all of them belong to the same purpose. So implement dashboard functionality, dashboard charts maybe, or dashboard statistics. Okay, commit and push that. Okay, now we need to do a couple of things, like cosmetic things right now. So remove the search, remove the notifications, and messages as well. Yes, we need to remove that one as well. We need to remove the profile and settings activity log as well. Okay, I'm thinking now one thing. So whenever there's a new order, and that order is displayed right here. So by default, we should display the orders in descending order right here. So when the admin of the website comes right here and sees that order and just takes, he needs to process that, right? So go inside the order and see the order items and see the address, and then he can manually ship. But he also needs some way to mark that order shipped or completed. So I don't want to overcomplicate the things, but we have paid and we need to complete it as well. So let's say that paid status indicates that the user has just paid, but I have not actually sent the item yet. And as soon as I send the item, I can just convert that into completed. Okay, so that later I can have a look at the paid items which I need to process. I need to send, right? Ship. So this turns to be not very easy thing. So let's go to the order first of all, and right here we have that status completed, and we are using that on many places. Find usages. So it is used in 6 places actually. That's not many. So I'm going to rename that now. I'm going to use the right click and refactor rename, and I'm going to change that into paid. Okay, so I hit enter and all the usages have been affected, and the result basically will be the same. So we have paid everywhere, but now this is not actually called completed, but it's called paid. And I want to add now one more status, which is completed. So maybe right here. So completed. And let's give it status 3, or let's give it status 10. Okay. Why I do this? So I need filtering of orders by the status, so that I should only filter the orders which are paid but not completed. On my dashboard, I see only orders which are paid. Okay, let's observe the places where we have that paid statuses. So find usages. Okay, so this is the reports we have just written. Okay, so we have this area, paid, okay. Now, in certain places, I want to have that completed status. And why do I want that? Because if I'm a vendor and I have a new order, I need to see that new order somewhere, right? So if I have a look at these orders and I see that all of them are paid, I don't know actually which one I shipped and which one I have not shipped. So as soon as I ship, I will go and update the order status into completed, and that's it. I don't have to take care of this order anymore. Again, this is very simple scenario. Of course, the shipping and tracking and so on is much more complex, but I just want to have at least that simple scenario. Okay, I'm going to add the new status, which is the completed, and then I'm going to update the couple of areas. So this is the backend index where we display the dashboard statistics, the total products, for example, or the paid right here. So I need to go to the paid, and I want to change that status to be paid and completed, or completed, in this way. So if it's either paid or completed, then it means it is paid. So this place is also updated, and I want to do the same thing right here. Order completed. So let's find all the places. So we need it right here as well. However, in this case we cannot write in. We can't write equal, we need to write in. In like this, and I think this won't work if we just specify an array right here, but let's try. So order completed, and that is the site. Right. So let's just refresh the dashboard. Exactly. So that doesn't work. So we have to change that. Well, I can actually do like this. That should be either, let's use the concatenation. So order status paid or order status completed. And I don't want to pass that parameter anymore. Save and refresh. That works. We need to do the same thing, so I'm gonna just copy this and put it right here, and don't need to pass that associative array. Let's find the other places where we use the paid status. Right here. So yeah, this is order status. That's good thing. So if the status is paid, then we have badge success. If draft, then secondary. If failure, we have danger. We need to add one more, and that's gonna be if it is completed, then we have badge success, and we can specify completed. If it is paid, let's turn into badge primary. Okay, what other places do we have? Let's finalize this. We did that one, and this is the submit. So when we submit the payment, we change that into paid. So I think we did every place correctly. So now everything works fine. In the orders we see paid, but the color is not green anymore. And if we go into orders now and change a couple of order statuses from paid into completed, into like this, okay, then we have both completed and paid statuses as well. And I need to, whenever I open the orders page, I want to sort them by creating descending, so that the latest orders goes at the top. Okay, so if I sort my orders by ID and change the statuses, let's do like this. So the last few items have status paid, but the all other items have status completed. Okay, refresh the page. If I sort that by descending, so these are the paid, so these So this is the scenario basically when you open the orders page you should see. So you have some new orders which are paid, but you haven't actually processed, you haven't sent that. And the sorting should also work in this way. So obviously there can be other orders to be failed, for example, like this one. Down below we're gonna have that failed, that the payment didn't succeed or something like this. You obviously don't do anything with this order, but you can ship these orders. So let's actually go to the order controller, and I want to make a few changes right here. First is to go to the search, and I want to give it the default, that sort. I want to give it default value, default sort. Oops. Default order needs to be created at descending, sort descending. Let's refresh. Let's click on the orders, and this is how it looks like. So this is the created descending. In the status we need drop down, by the way, where we can easily filter all the orders we want. And let's do this, by the way. So Yii2 grid view filters. I don't remember this, to be honest. Let's check the official docs. I think this is the old version. No, this is 2 point something. We need to specify filter options somewhere. Let's go to the, well, let's go to the order /index, and we have the search modal, and we have the data column, and for status we need to specify the filters. So we have to obviously turn this into an array. Attribute needs to be status, format needs to be this, and so each array, basically from each array there is a object created, which is not an action column but data column. Let's open the action column, grid action column. Let's find the place where this class is declared, and this is the data column. So by the way, this is something you should also do and learn. So I know that each column is an instance of some specific column class. So I don't remember exactly how that is called, but right here I have an action column. I can open that action column. I hit the target in PHP Storm, and I find all the column classes declared. Okay, and I think I want data column, and the data column has some filtering possibilities as well. Filter right here. And what is the filter? Let's find out. The HTML code representing the filter input drop-down list. If this property is not set, a text field will be entered. So I need to provide the filter, and I can generate the drop-down field. So let's go to the order index and specify filter right here, which will be a drop-down. So I need HTML, drop-down list, and I have to specify statuses. Okay, so let's go to order, and down below let's create a function get statuses, return self status paid self status completed, self status failed. Well, we need corresponding labels as well, right? Somewhere. Get status labels. Do we have this somewhere? I think we don't have. Actually, I'm going to rename that failed into failed. Okay. And let's just convert that into an associative array. Status paid corresponds to paid. Status completed corresponds to completed. Status failed corresponds to failed. And status draft corresponds to draft. So I have that status labels. I can pass it in the drop-down list, order get status. Why I don't see that? Well, that should be static. Static function get status labels, just like this. And okay, let's have a look. Refresh. I don't see anything. Drop down list. So we have to specify name, and the name should be status. We have to specify selection, and I'm going to specify null, and then we have to specify items. Save and refresh. So right here we see that paid, completed, failed, and draft. The draft is lowercase. We can also put right here other status. Let's use array merge and specify. So for example, -1 corresponds to all. Okay, and then we have that statuses, and the default value will be -1. Refresh. All is written here. That HTML is not bootstrap, so let's use the bootstrap HTML. Let's find that bootstrap for HTML. Okay, I want that to be a bootstrap dropdown. Okay, we need to specify class right here. Class to be form control. Save and refresh. Okay, so right here we have all the statuses. If I change into paid, that doesn't work. Into completed, doesn't work. Failed, doesn't work. So that probably is because I think there's a better way. I don't remember. Let's go to the framework, go to API, go to data column, and find the filter. Okay, if this property is not set, the text field will be generated as the field input with attributes defined with imp filter input options. See active input for details how the active input tag is generated. I think we need to specify active input, but the active input needs generally the model as well. Yeah, so I don't exactly remember how I generally do this, so I'm going to find out I'm gonna find in the Google. So Yii2 grid view filter drop down. Okay, so let's open a couple of Stack Overflow links. There will be some option. Filter is this. Active drop-down list, right? So I need active drop-down list and provide the search model. Exactly. So I need active drop-down list, provide the search model, provide the name, which will be status, I think, and then the options. So I don't want that. Then the options. I don't want, I think, even this, but let's comment this and have a look. Refresh, no, we need that. Refresh, paid, and it stays paid, right? Completed, and it shows failed. Why is that happening? Maybe I have a mistake right here. Completed is completed, failed is failed, draft. Okay, what's that? Failed, doesn't exist. Draft doesn't exist, completed. Okay, I need to see the actual SQL query generated. So I'm going to open order search. And right here, we have the status. And let's just dump this status and exit right here. So when it is completed, I have completed right here, it needs to be status 10, right? It is status 2. It is actually 10. Okay, what's going on? Go to orders. Status is null, so let's don't exit. So we have that status right here. Paid is 1. That's correct. Completed, it should not be 2. I think this happens because in the order index we can specify the associative array, but we have to specify, like it is printed here. No, actually we need the associative array, and we can specify prompt as well. I think we should provide that prompt. I don't want array merge inside the remove that. Specify prompt all. Completed, now it works fine. Paid, failed, draft, and all. Okay, so that works also fine, and let's commit this as well. So create new status and implement filtering by status. Okay, create new status and implement filtering by status. That's fine. Let's push that. Okay, so when I open orders, I see all the orders sorted by date. I should be also able to turn this status from paid into completed. That's necessary. Basically, the admin should not be possible to turn the status into either failed or draft. So that's also an important thing to consider. Also, we don't need that create order. That is something which needs to be removed, and this for dump needs to be also removed. Okay, we have to do a couple of cleanup things right here at the moment, and then we can do the restriction that the front-end user should not be able to register to log in on the backend side. Okay, so let's first remove that for dump from here. Then remove that create order. Let's go to order/index, and we don't need that create order button. Also go to the order controller and remove create action from here as well. Okay, fine. Now we need possibility to change the status of that order. Okay, so previously we had edit button right here, update, and if we just display that, the URL doesn't exist anymore because we deleted that. So I'm curious if we still have view. We do have view. Okay, we do have view. So let's go to the order controller, and I'm going to recover that action. Right click, git show history. Where is that? And this is the action I want to recover. So I want that update action. However, we don't need to display all the information. So if I just reload the page, I see all the information right here. The only thing I should be able to change right here is the status. But even the status should not be set anything. It can only be set like paid or completed. Okay, so let's go to that update, which renders the form, but I don't want to render the form. Instead, I'm going to copy that fields and paste this right here and remove basically everything. So let's first import that active form class and remove everything, just leave the status. Okay, refresh, and this is the status, and I want to turn this into drop down list and provide the options. These are the options. So that drop down list needs items, and inside the options I'm going to provide the prompt. No, actually I don't need any prompt. So, well, even more, I'm going to only put right here the following options, not self, but order status paid and status completed. So I can only change in between these statuses. So this is my drop down. If I just click edit on the completed order, I see completed. If I click on that paid order, I see the paid. If I click on failed, I still see paid because there is no option for failed. That's not good. Even I should not be even able to click the edit button on the failed or draft. We can even hide that, but let's see if the update that works into completed. So hit the save, and that works fine because that turns into completed. Okay, and I guess I can turn this into paid as well. But I'm just thinking, so we hide that information from the form, but generally hiding information from the form is never enough. So if the information can be submitted from the client side using Ajax or using any different approach, then the order information will be updated. So we need to go to the order controller right here and we basically don't want to load and save everything. We just want to take the status, or the other way is to do using scenarios and just dynamic rules, which I don't want to overcomplicate at the moment. So I'm going to do like this. So model status equals, to get the status from here, that should be, so the form basically which is rendered right here is the order, right? So we need to get the status from the order status, I guess. Okay, so we have that status and we can dump that status and have a look. Refresh. The status is null. So if I get the whole order, then it has status. So I need to get the status in this way. Okay, now I have status 1, and I can specify the model status equals status, and then I can just say without loading, because loading will update the other information if the user submitted that other information as well. Okay, just have a look. So we have the paid. I can edit that. Okay, so whenever I edit that, of course I cannot get that from the post. So probably I need to check if EUP request is post. In this case, let's get that information and save. Okay, now it's paid. Let's turn to completed. Okay, that actually works. However, if I just edit the failored one, I see still paid, and probably I should not be able to do that. Well, I'm going to do like this. Let's go to the order update, and maybe we display all the statuses like order, get status labels, but in the controller level right here, when we get the status, I'm going to check if a status not in array of order completed or order paid, if not in this array, we just don't do anything. So let's do like this. So we get the status, we give it to the user, and before we save, so right here, so if status is in array of completed and paid, then we call the save. Okay, otherwise it goes down and renders the form. So we display all the status and it is failed right here. So if I change this into completed and hit the save, that actually works. If I go and change this into failed and hit the save, that doesn't work, but we don't even get the error. We can obviously set the error right here. So if not in array, as I mentioned, so the best case probably will be to use scenarios for that specific task. Like when the scenario is update, status can only be completed or paid, but I plan to create a separate video for scenarios, which will be continued part of this e-commerce system, so maybe we can spend that more time on that. But right now, if that status is not right there, so I'm going to do like this: model add error. I'm going to add error for status. The error will be basically invalid status, as simple as that. Otherwise, we continue and try save. Okay, let's refresh. And right here I see that invalid status. I can't actually save draft or failed. I can only set the status to completed or paid. So this is how I should be able to do this. Now let's clean up a couple of informations from here. So I don't want all these drop downs and a couple of other things. I don't have the profile edit as well, but maybe we can implement that. So I probably leave the profile, but for the settings and activity log and all the other things we don't need. Let's commit this, and that will be implement order status update from the backend, and let's push that information and go to the main on the backend, and we need to find that navbar. Okay, so we have the profile settings, activity log. Well, let's leave the profile and settings. Maybe we implement that in the next series, in the next videos. I don't plan to implement at the moment that drop downs. This is the messages. I don't want that. This is the notifications, and this is the search. Save and refresh. The search is still visible right here. Refresh. Okay, and we have that divider admin at example.com. We can display right here display name, but that's actually the display name. Okay, right. We have profile and settings, which I will maybe implement later, but not in this specific video. We have the orders with pagination, we have the products with statuses, we have dashboard analytics. Okay, so let's comment this, and so clean up navbar on the back end side. Let's push that. I'm gonna fix that footer as well. So it's not a big deal, I know, but I want to do that because that's gonna be an open source project as well. So let's go to the footer side in the layout right here. Where is that? Okay, copyright. So look, copyright Yii2 e-commerce. I want to do it like I have it right here, created by the Codeholic. So let's open the main PHP on the front end and find that footer, copy that row, go to the backend and paste right here. Let's see how that works. My application created by the Codeholic. Okay, so it has some additional margins down below. Where's that? It had a class copyright. The debugger. Where's that debugger coming from? I want to remove the debugger as well. Okay, this one. Refresh. Okay, and the paragraphs have margin bottom, which probably should be turned into divs. Okay, let's just remove that. Okay, So I think we're done with most of the parts. I'm going to comment this one as well. What is that? Yeah, fix the footer. Now I need to test one very important thing. This is the login on the backend side from the front-end user. So we have the front-end user is called John, right? So let's specify maybe I don't remember the password. Okay, so this is the front-end user, and let's now try to log in on the backend side with the same user. Okay, let's call John, and okay, actually I am able as a John, as a front-end user, to log in on the backend side and to see all the products, orders, and do everything. Okay, well, that should obviously not happen, right? So when the system is installed, there should be a one single admin user created by a console command, and we need to that must be an admin user. That should be the only user who basically accesses the system, and that user should not be able. So maybe we need to do it. So in the best case, again, this is a part of RBAC, role-based access control system, and I'm going to implement this in the future videos. But for now, as an MVP, to have an MVP, we need to have some flag on the user that this is an admin user. So we're going to have a normal user, an admin user, and that's it. Okay. So let's go to migrations. Actually, I'm going to generate migrations. So first of all, php migrate /create add admin column to user table, or users table, how it's called, user table. Okay, hit the enter. Let's go to console migrations, and this add column on the user table. We want to add column which will be called isAdmin or just admin. It will be a boolean or tiny integer, and let's add it after status. Okay, after status, right? And we need to write down as well this drop column user admin. Okay, let's apply the migration. php migrate. Let's scroll up and add that column. That should be admin, and we need to specify right here the default value. So admin has a default rule on that, and the value is 0. So every new user basically is not by default an admin. So when we create new user now on the front end side, that user, let's log out, sign up, let's create test is the username, test@example.com, and we need password. Okay, it's sending the email in the mail trap, but I'm going to go and directly activate the user by just specifying the status right here to be 10. okay, but this one has admin 0, so this means that this is not an admin user, okay, and the first user should have admin 1, but the second one should have admin 0 as well. So let's specify 1 and 0 right here, save that, and now on the backend side this user is logged in, so we need to log out that user, and I'm going to change the backend login logic. So site controller, and let's find the login, and this is the login form, and let's go to the login form. We have validate password, and we have login as well, and we have get user. Okay, when we have that get user, by the way, this is the common models login form, which is used in both frontend and backend, but we need a separate login form for the backend. So I'm going to go to the backend models and paste that login form, which can extend the front-end login, not the front-end, but common login form. Let's change its namespace into backend models. It should extend common models. I can remove everything basically. Maybe except that get user. So when we want to find that user by the way is private, I think. Let's turn this into protected. So, and we need to import that common models user. So when we are about to find the user, we need to find the user who is admin, because this is the backend login form. So I'm going to change that find by username into like this. So find one, we have that username, which will be this username. The user status will be active, but we need also that user to be admin. Okay, so admin corresponds to 1. Save that, go to the backend site controller, find that login form, and we need to change the namespace of that login form, that we need to use backend models login form from now on. Refresh, and let's try to log in with John. Hit the enter, and I get that incorrect username or password. Let's make sure that our changes are doing what they should do. So let's comment that admin1 and specify the password. And now I'm able to log in. Okay, so let's log out, and this is exactly what we want. So every new user basically will be non-admin user. They cannot change that admin. Well, let me think. That's good. I think. Well, okay. Let's think about one thing. So if we go now and that's good thing. So debugging and testing is like crucial part of your application. And let's try to hack our system. And I want the John to log in on the backend side. Let's say that John understood what's the backend URL, and John wants to log in on the backend side. So what should he do? So go to the profile page, and he wants to update the profile. So we are updating the profile right here, okay? And let's say that for some reason, John also knows the application structure, okay? Let's say that he knows that there's a user table, and in the user table, there's the admin column, and he wants to hack that. So if John comes right here and changes that input name from username into user admin, and changes the value into 1 and hits the update, what will happen. Let's check the database. It will happen that John changed his status in the database because we actually allow this in the rules, okay? And we need to restrict that. Let's go to the user, and inside the user roles we have that admin, and because we have that admin in the roles, we can actually like the user can John can change that. So the simple scenario will be that we have a user model on the front end as well, and let's say that the user on the front end is different from the user on the back end. And on the front-end user, there should not be admin in the rules, but that is not good because the admin value must be saved when the user registers. So if I just remove that rule from here, when the user registers, the admin value should be 0, and that's defined inside that rules. So I guess the best scenario for this is scenarios. So if I just use scenarios, and I will specify right here that the admin is default on, right here we can specify the scenario on self scenario default. Only on default scenario that admin rule basically works. But I'm also thinking when new user is about to be registered. So let's first test how this works, and we need to create other scenarios as well. Okay, in this case I have to create public const scenario update. Okay, and let's go to the action update of the profile, update account, and I need to specify that the user has scenario user update. Okay, in this case, when I set this scenario to be update, when the user is about to be updated, that rule won't be considered. So if I go and change that the value admin into 0 again, and inspect that and change that name into admin and change the value into 1 and update that, I get that internal server error. Let's see the reason. Unknown scenario update. Okay, so we have to go to the users and create scenarios method. I guess we need to do the scenarios right now because that's important. What's the PR in scenarios? Okay, it returns scenario default. I need to remember how scenarios work. So returns a list of scenarios and the corresponding active attributes. Right. On active attributes, an active attribute is one that is subject to validation in the current scenario. Right. So we have to specify right here. Let's use the default scenario. So array merge. Let's use the default scenario, and I'm going to specify self scenario update has the following active fields. So whenever we are about to update the user, the only fields that can be updated are these. That will be first name, first underscore name, or first name is a single first name. It's single. So first name, last name, email, username, password, and how it's called, password repeat. Okay, so these are the columns that can only be updated during update scenario. I think we don't even need that on right here, but let's actually try user admin corresponds to 1. Okay, let's try to update that. Update worked. Let's open that user, refresh that, and the admin field is not changed, because in the profile controller we specified that the user scenario is update, and on update only the following fields are actually validated. If I specify admin right here, save, and change that admin into 1 and hit the update, go to the user and refresh, then right here we see the admin. Okay, but we should not have, of course, done like this. That admin should not be presented right here. I have one more concern, that if the user knows the system very well, for example, he might also specify that admin during the registration. We need to test that one as well. So test2 at example.com, test2 at example.com. Actually, the username can be test2, and I'm going to inspect that, and I'm going to duplicate that input but change its name into admin and give it value 1. Okay, the password will be from 1 to 8. So now this is admin field with value 1. Let's sign up. Okay, we have been successfully registered. Go to the user, and okay, so right here we still have 0. So I expected, to be honest, to see admin 1 right here, but I guess, yeah, okay, I guess this this didn't work because we are using the sign up model, and the sign up model doesn't have admin right there, and that's why it didn't work. Okay, so on update we fixed the bug. On registration we don't have that bug. So let's commit this. That will be add admin column to user table and restrict access on backend for front-end users. Let's push everything. Okay, after a little bit of testing, I discovered that the product image update doesn't work. So I want to add the actual image to that. So I choose that image, hit the save, but it's not actually updated. So we need to fix that, and let's go to the product and find the place where we handle that uploaded image. So it's right here on the save. Okay, so if uploaded image is there, we get that. If parent save is okay, why that doesn't work? Let's dump this uploaded image file. Refresh, let's hit the update, choose the image, get the save, and image file is null. That is strange. So let's do this once again. Maybe it is because of the size. I guess that's not the reason. Okay. Let's see. We actually have some things needs to be fixed right here. So that should be order item. So I guess from now on I won't call my table names into plural form. So because it generates, you can actually specify the model name in a singular form, but when it generates the relations of that model into other models, then it always takes the table name. So from now on, I'm going to call my tables in a singular form, and that should be order, product, and so on, so that when the models are generated, I don't have to do a lot of work in renaming them. So let's find order items and replace order item, just like this. We have cart items as well, which I'm going to replace into cart item. And we have cart items query as well, and order item query. The user query basically doesn't exist. Okay, I think I know the reason why this doesn't work. If we go on the product controller, we only assign that image on create, but not on update. That's why it doesn't work. Okay, now it worked. As simple as that. So I'm going to change that into different product. Maybe this one. Okay, now other thing doesn't work. So changing, let's try once again. But I think changing of the image, does it work? Yes, it works. Yeah. I guess I choose the same one. So let's update that new product, give it also a unique image. Okay, but what happens when we delete that product? Does the image also does it delete? Is it deleted? Go to storage, products, and we have a lot of folders right here, and I guess all of them contains an image, but we actually have only 4 images. Why does this happen? That happens because when we delete product, the image is not deleted, I guess. Okay, let's check the product delete if we have overridden that method. So I think we need to override. So let's just write delete, or it might be after delete. So when the product is actually deleted, we need to delete its image, and the image will have the following path. Where's that? This image. Okay, so we need to get the directory of this image. We can specify dir name as well, or first we need to check if the product has image at all. So if this image exists, then we get the directory name, dir name of that image, and we delete that directory. So I'm going to call file helper remove directory and specify the dir, and we need to put this in the if as well. Okay, so again, so we have a lot of folders right here, but if I just go and delete one product, let's delete that that item. So the item has been deleted, and I think the folder is not actually deleted. So if we find the reload from disk, it's still there. Okay, I'm gonna find all the products images which are there. So like AK, for example, this one is there. OU, this one is there. NI, NII, right, this one's there. So I think I can delete all the others, like this last two, first three, last three, first three. I can delete those ones, and I think I can delete these two as well. Okay, now when after delete we get the image, if image is there, we get the directory name, and I think we need to get this as an absolute path. So get alias, specify the storage, and then the dir name. Is it like this? Storage. I think we don't have the storage alias. That should be front-end web storage and the image, right? Like this. And just remove the directory. Okay, I think that should work. Let's go and create one product. Test, upload an image. Price. We have that. In the folders, we're gonna have one more, and then let's delete that one. By the way, we also need to show the latest products at the very top, but let's first delete this. Okay, now it was deleted. That is correct. Let's actually take care of the latest product to be at the very top. We need to open the product search. Where's that? Search, and inside that data provider sort, we have to provide the default order to be created at sort descending. All right, so we don't have that arrows, by the way, because we did that for the orders. So let's open the style CSS on the backend, and we did that for the orders table. Well, maybe we can do that for all tables. So I'm going to replace that orders table with just table. If there is a th with a link there, a with desk or ask, we can do it. Let's do it. Let's go to the products, refresh. Okay, I don't see it. Let's view page source. Okay, we need to do the same thing like we did on the front end. We need to append the timestamp on the backend side as well, because that style CSS is right now cached. That's why we don't see it. So if we go to the backend, config, main, and inside the components right here on the asset manager, I will specify append timestamp corresponds to true, and refresh, we see that arrows. Okay, that's good. We need to test one more thing, I think. So we deleted a product right now, and that product had some order items, right? I think we did it like so that it didn't affect anything. So go to orders, and for example this order, click right there, test updated. So this is what I'm talking. So right now the order's total price is 100, but it does not find that product because we access it from the order items. So I think there will be still order items. Let's check. Which order is this? This is 49. So ID equals 49. Okay, this is bug. So because the order was deleted, all the order items have been deleted as well. That is a serious bug. So we need to write a migration to fix that cascade. So I think that right now it has that foreign key to be cascade. Let's check this. Modify foreign key. On delete cascade, right? We need to change that, but we need to do this using migration. Okay, first let's commit these things. So we fixed the product update bug and also delete the image on product delete. So let's commit one by one. So I'm going to commit this delete later. So fix product image update bug. Okay. Delete the image from the file system when product is deleted. Okay, now we need to write a migration to fix that problem. PHP migrate / create change product ID foreign key on order item table. Let's generate the migration, go to console migrations, and this alter or change how it's called, this foreign key, add foreign key, drop. I think we need to drop foreign key and then add the foreign key. Let's find out the create order items table. We have that foreign key, add foreign key. So we need to get that foreign key name and drop that, but we have to specify. Let's actually copy that from down. So let's drop these two, and then we need to re-add. Let's copy these two, paste. However, right here we should not specify cascade. What options do we have? I don't remember by heart. I think we need no action. Restrict, cascade, no action, right? So we need no action to just don't do anything. If the order is deleted, the order items should be deleted, but if the product is deleted, they should not be deleted. Okay, PHP migrate Okay, I think that has been changed. Now now I'm going to delete that item. It has a lot of orders, right? So I'm going to delete that. Okay, let's do it. I'm thinking maybe I can just create one order. Okay, I'm going to do like this. So okay, I'm going to just make one draft order on the new item, for example, this one. So go to cart, let's delete all of them, and go to checkout and checkout. Okay, the order has been made. Go to the orders, and right here we have that unpaid order. Go inside, and I see that new product. Now go to products, and I'm going to delete that new product. Okay, now I have a problem. Can delete or update parent row for key constraint fails. Okay, now we have a problem about that. Okay. On delete, no action. Well, on delete and on update. So we can put the restrict, but I thought that restrict would do that. So we have cascade, no action, set default, and set null. Okay, we can set null. In this case, if that's a problem, set null, set null. Do I need to write down for that? I think I don't need. Let's go to the migrations, and I'm going to delete the last migration and run this once again. And let's go back and delete now that product. Okay, it has been deleted. Let's go to orders. Order is there. Let's go inside. And now we have a problem. We try to get the product image, but that doesn't exist. The product is actually deleted. That's why we don't have an image. Yeah, we can fix that. Let's go to order/view, and we need to make a check. So if product exists, let's get the product URL. Otherwise, let's get the product default URL or something like this. Format image URL. Let's specify null, and it will take the default URL. Refresh. Okay, so this is the new product, the previous product which has been deleted. But in the order items we need to have there, because that's absolutely important. So for historical orders or anything like this, it should stay there. We have the name and quantity, and we don't have the image, but that's, I guess, okay, because we have the total price, and it will also participate on the dashboard, how many products, what's the total earning, and so on. Okay, I guess we are done with this e-commerce as an MVP. With this e-commerce system, I think we are done. We have the product management, order overview, dashboard, online payments, add to cart, and a couple of other minor and major things. I think this is an awesome project, and I'm going to continue its development, and I'm going to add much more things right there. I want to also involve the Docker, so make this application Dockerized. I want to include the SaaS or probably SaaS building system. I want to cover internalization. I want to cover airbag, I want to cover modules and a couple of other things. So let me know in the comment section what you think. That's crucial for me. Doing such kind of projects requires a lot of time and a lot of energy, especially when you are working full-time and you are a dad of 2 small daughters. So that's why your appreciation will be just to leave a comment down below. Positive comment will be absolutely amazing. But if you have any remarks, just let me know in the comment section also. And just leave a like and subscribe if you are not yet. I have deleted all the products and just want to prepare for the demo, and I'm adding new products. I just took a couple of products from Amazon. These are the product images which we're going to upload, and these are the actual products. And look at the title. So this is a very long title, and as soon as I inserted the title in our e-commerce system, this is how it looks like. This is the name, and I don't see this horizontal scroll, and I don't see the edit button right there. So I cannot edit this item, which is a problem, of course. So when you create an application, I mentioned this a couple of times, but I want to highlight this once again, that you need to spend time on testing. You need to try many different things, many different cases and scenarios to make sure that the application is working. That's why QA basically takes some time. So in this case, we have to fix 2 things. So first, we need to see the edit button, obviously. Second is maybe it's not good idea to show all this long title right here, and maybe we need to just trim the title up until right here. So we need to probably take this part and just don't show the remaining, right? So we need to take care of these things, and let's actually implement this. So let's open our PHP store, and I think we have some things not committed. So let me quickly commit this. What are these? Change product ID. Right, so yeah, we changed that product ID. Okay, so change product ID foreign key on order item. Okay, so let's push that, and we need to go to the product/index page, and we need to find that grid view, and I'm going to put that grid view in a div with table responsive class. Okay, so let's just wrap it like this, and now we should see horizontal scroll, and we do see right here. Okay, but we also need to trim the title, so we don't want that. The horizontal scroll should be there just in case if the trimmed title is still long. If we trim by words, each word might be long word, and we might still see that horizontal scroll, which is necessary and good to have. So if we have small title, we don't actually need the horizontal scroll, and it won't be displayed. So let's go to the name, where we display the name right here, and I'm going to change this into an array. We have an attribute corresponds to name, and content corresponds to function. We get the model right here, and I'm going to return HTML return string helper that's different, string helper truncate. So we have 2 methods, truncate words and truncate, and I'm going to choose truncate words and just show the first maybe 7 words, and we can show 3 dots after that. By default, it shows as a suffix, it shows that 3 dots, but we need to specify right here model name as well. Okay, so save, format, and refresh, and now we see just 7 words right here, and the remaining can be see right here. If you go inside, that's huge, by the way. We can reduce that if we go in the product create or update. We can change that H1 into H2 or H3. Let's change into 1. Generally, there must be, according to SEO, this one, SEO, So according to SEO, we need to have one H1 on the element, but we actually don't hear SEO on the backend side right here. So we can actually change this into H3 on create, on update, and on view as well, so that this will be much smaller to have a look. Okay, the next bug I found right here is that I cannot actually enter decimal prices. Okay, I can only enter integer prices. So if I just specify 1748.99 and hit the enter, I get this error right here. Please enter valid value. Two nearest values are these and these. So we need to go to the form, scroll down, find that price, and we need to specify right here this step. If I remember it correctly, we have to specify that the step should be 0.01. Okay, if I just refresh that and try to enter 99 and hit the enter, now it was saved. Okay, that step, by the way, let's see what it does. That step gives it a step attribute, which allows it to specify the values with non-integer values with 2 digits after the decimal. Okay, so I cannot enter 001. I think, yes, I cannot enter this, but I can enter 01 from 01 basically up to 99. So in this case, this is the price. Okay, so we fixed that thing. Right now we also don't see the horizontal scroll, and we don't see the whole title. We can change this to white space wrap. Let's go to the view. There are such kind of minor things which needs to be fixed before the application is launched on the live. So this is the place right here, and we can convert this into an array. Attribute is name, and we can specify right here, I think style is white space normal. I am not actually sure if that's gonna work. Okay, let's see. Refresh that. No, that doesn't work. I think we have to specify right here options, and then we specify an array, and style is the save and refresh. It still doesn't work. Okay, let's see how we need to do that. We can do this using CSS as well. So let's inspect this, and this is the ID detail view, and inside the detail view we can give the TD to have white space. Here's the thing. So because we gave the white space no wrap on the style CSS for every table, we did that for every table. This is also a table, and that's why it shows this value with white space no wrap. Let's go to the products, and maybe we should not give it white space no wrap. Yeah, we actually do need to give it white space no wrap because of the dates, right? So if I comment that and refresh the page, this is okay, but if we zoom in, then the dates we're jumping as well. Okay, now they don't jump. I think this is good in this case, and we don't want these columns to have white space no wrap. So if I inspect that column might have an additional class right there. So the class is not given to that, so we can give class to that. So I'm just trying to give you a different options for doing the same thing, and then you can decide which one you want to use. So in this case, we can specify content options, and we specify the class to be TD actions. Okay, save and refresh, and we have TD actions. And now I can go inside my CSS and I can give TD actions white space no wrap, save and refresh, and these buttons have no wrap. The name is displayed like this, which is okay. And if I go to the view, then this one has white space wrap, which is good. So that's better than the previous one. These ones are th, so we can give th, all the th, so we can write inside the table, let's give all the th white space, no wrap as well. And we don't use sus, that's why we need to display it like this. Save and refresh, and this looks good. So we have 2 tables, and this looks nice. We need to do the same thing right here on the orders as well. So if we go on the order /index and go to the action column right here, we can specify content options. It corresponds to an array where class will be td actions. So save and refresh, and we see this nicely. Let's check the front-end side. So it has a very long name, and we should not probably display that large name. If we have a look at the Amazon, for example, on its listing, does it show the full names? So for example, yeah, no, it doesn't show the full names. So it trims and shows only 4 lines, right? It shows only this part, right? So we can do something similar and trim and show only a couple of lines, and then when we implement the inner page of the product, which we don't have, by the way, implemented right now, then we can show the whole information of that product. And I'm going to do this in the upcoming videos, which will be the continued part of this e-commerce series. But now we need to go to the product item on the front end side. So let's go to the front-end views, side product item, and right here we have the H4, which is the cart title. By the way, I think we can change this into H5 as well. This looks better, and we can take just the first couple of characters, couple of words. I'm going to use the string helper, truncate words, and just take the 10 words maybe. Okay, it's too small. Let's take the 20 words. Okay, so yeah, this is better. So we take the 20 words, and when we go inside, we see everything. Okay, so we fixed a couple of things. I'm gonna go and add other items, and if I see any problem, I'm gonna start the recording to fix that problem. Okay, I have added all the products, and here they are. So these are the products, and as you can see, the design is not that nice. So because the height of this Dell laptop is much smaller than this one, and the titles are not on the same line, these two and these two as well. So in a best case, the titles should be on the same line, and the area for the image should be also the same. So this is a minor thing, but that's something you should also pay attention when building a nice and production ready e-commerce application. So in this case, I'm going to add a minor CSS which will fix that and display them, the images, like the same height of the images. So let's go to the product item, and I'm going to find that place. This is the image where we output the image, and I'm going to give that a class image wrapper, okay, or just img wrapper. Let's go now and open style CSS, but that should be on the backend side. Not on the backend side, sorry, on the front end side, or app CSS. How did I call that? Okay, let's go to front end, web CSS, site CSS. Okay, so this is the front end side, and I think we haven't written any CSS, right? So this is the basic CSS which comes with the Yii2 advanced template. So I'm going to remove all these things. Okay, and let's see if something changes. Okay, yes, something was definitely changed, and that was, I think, the padding top on the wrap or padding bottom. So we don't need Jumbotron, we don't need that grid view. This is for the grid view, right? Okay, I'm gonna remove all these things. We don't need that on the front end side. Save and refresh. Okay, now I'm gonna find that image wrapper, img wrapper, and I'm going to give it a height of like 200 pixels, for example. So let's have a look. So this is how it looks like. Not very nice, right? So let's increase that up to 300. Okay, that's much better, but it doesn't look great right here. So in this case, I'm going to find that image and give it a maximum height of 100%. Okay, and I'm going to give it also width to be auto. Okay, and let's give it also margin 0 auto to display it in the center, and give it also display block. Okay, this is how we're gonna put that images, and this needs to be also in the center vertically. This needs to be in the center horizontally, but the other one needs to be in the center vertically. So we can copy these tiles which we added on the image. I'm gonna just copy these tiles and give it to image img wrapper for the image. Let's give these tiles, and I'm also going to give that img wrapper display flex. Let's give it a flex direction column, and I'm going to give it justify content center. Save, and yeah, we need to give it also the image max width to be 100%. I think that should work, right? Okay, max width and max height is 100%, and now all the images are in the center. So this one is in the center horizontally, no, vertically. This one is in the center horizontally. That's nice. I don't like that blue color, so I'm going to give the image wrapper, or maybe we can give it a class right here that will be text dark, and reload. Okay, why it doesn't work? Text black, text dark, it doesn't work. Text black, okay, text secondary. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm adding this to the image. Let's delete that. We need to give it to the title. So right here, text dark. Okay. Now this looks slightly better, not like the awesome, very awesome and something like this, but it's much better than it was before. Okay, let's commit everything and push. So we made a lot of changes, right? So we fixed a couple of bugs, we made some user interface corrections. So I'm going to commit all these things in a single commit and call it fix UI bugs. Okay. Okay, let's commit and push that. Okay, one of the most important habit for the developer should be to test his code. I repeated this many times, but I want to highlight this once again. So we finalized our product, we have an MVP, but I'm going to test this once again. So first, I'm going to install this, reinstall this on a local machine. I'm going to clone the repository and create the table, create the database, and run migration and see that everything works fine. And I'm going to just restart the everything, and then I'm going to test the whole process. Okay, and we need to do these things. All right, so I'm going to open my htdocs folder. So here it is, and this is our application, and I'm going to also close the PHP store. Okay, so let's just close that. I'm going to rename this into Yii2 e-commerce-old, and let's clone the whole thing. Right click, git bash here, git clone Yii2 e-commerce. So I'm going to give it the exact same name as my previous folder was called, so that I use the existing virtual hosts. Okay, but I have to do a couple of things. So let's see. Now first I need to go inside the project Yii2 e-commerce, and I'm going to run composer install to install all the dependencies which comes with the Yii2 advanced template, as well as the dependencies we added. We added the CK editor and Dos Amigos and a couple of other things. Let's wait a couple of seconds until this is done. I'm going to pause the recording and then get back when this is actually done. Okay, so this is done. Perfect. Now I'm going to run php init to initialize the necessary files for the project. I'm going to do this for the development, agree on that, and the files have been created. Now if I try to access the URL, I see the following error, current user ID. So this already is a problem. So this is an error which we need to fix. And why does this happen? So we are using that current user ID function, which existed, if I remember it correctly, that one existed in the helpers. So we created helpers file somewhere, I think in the common, right here. So we created that helpers, and we included that helpers in the front end web index.php right here. Let's open this very quickly, and here I see that helpers. So the thing is that when we generate new new project and run php init, just like we did a few seconds ago right here, it created these files. So it created front-end web index.php, it created backend web index.php, and so on. So it created a lot of files. And in our old version, we had that helpers included in the front-end web index.php, but we don't have that. So we need to take care of this in our install version. So either I need to copy, and let me actually open this new project using PHP Store. Where's PHP Store? I don't see that. Okay. Okay, it's opening, but it's gonna open maybe the old one. Let's see. No, it opened the current one. It just had to remember that it needed to open the following path, and that's why it opened. If we go in the front end web index.php, we don't see that helpers right here. So if I just paste that helpers right here and access the same thing in the browser, that should already work, and we don't have the same error, but right now we have the error on the database, which is something we can easily fix if we just create a database. But this is actually a problem. So whenever you guys clone that repository and start, you don't have to include that helpers every time. There must be other way to do the same thing. Okay, I'm thinking, so as an easy solution will be to include that helpers somewhere else, probably in the common config main PHP. So I'm going to remove the helpers from here, refresh to see the same error. Now I will go to common helpers main PHP, and include this right here. Okay, so save and refresh, and we don't see this in the error anymore. And I'm going to commit that specific line so that you clone the repository, you don't have this issue. So you need to test like someone else would use that project. Okay, so let me quickly commit that specific thing. Include helpers.php in main in config main PHP. All right, this is one thing we need to do. Second is that we need to create a database right now. Okay, so if we go in the main local PHP, we need to specify the database. Okay, so we don't have we do have that database, by the way. So let's open php myadmin localhost /php myadmin, and this is the database Yii2 e-commerce, and we have the following tables. So I'm gonna drop all the tables. Well, actually, let me leave that. Okay, I might need the data because I already have some data there, right? So I'm gonna create new database Yii2 e-commerce _ new. I'm going to go with the default Unicode CI, UTF-8 MB4 Unicode CI, and create that and specify the DB name right here. The username is root, the password is empty, and charset UTF-8 MB4 will be the charset. I'm not going to specify the mailer information right now, so let's just save that. And once we configured the database, so what we did, we run php init, then we had a problem in the browser about that current user ID, which we fixed right now. And after this, we created the database and configured, and now I'm going to run php migrate to just create all the tables and columns and so on. Let's run the migration, and something failed. So what is this? Alter table, order items, add constraint, foreign key, something references, product, on delete, no null. What is no null? On delete, no null. The file name is called this one. So I'm going to copy the file name and open that specific file and scroll down. Yeah, I made a mistake right here. So if we just check that method, we have the following possibilities: restrict, cascade, no action, set default, set null. In this case, I wanted to set null. I wanted that. So let me just delete the whole tables which have been created in this Yii2 e-commerce new. Okay, let me just select all the tables, and how can I drop all of them? I don't see a possibility to delete all those tables. Okay, so I'm going to do like this. So this migration basically changes the foreign keys of the order items, right? And because that migration was not actually applied successfully, so this was applied, the drop foreign key was applied, drop index was applied, create index was applied, but that add foreign key was not applied. So let's rerun the same thing. And the last migration is about to be applied. Yes. And now we have an error drop foreign key. The foreign key basically doesn't exist because we have already dropped that. So I actually need to drop all the tables. So I'm gonna do that. So I think I can drop the orders because it has foreign key on something. Come on. Let's drop the order addresses and drop the Okay, I dropped everything. Let's run the migration. Yes, and we still have an error. Alter table, order items, add constraint something on delete set null. Cannot create table e-commerce. Create table Yii2 e-commerce new order items. Foreign key constraint is incorrectly formatted. I think I know the reason. The reason is that the order items product ID is actually required field, but I'm trying to give it null. Okay, so this is something we need to fix. Okay, so why we created this migration? So we created that migration because when the product is deleted, the order items must not be deleted. Order items must stay there. One solution is, there are actually several solutions in this specific case. One solution is that when we're about to delete the product, that should happen from the product PHP. When we are about to delete the product, I'm going to override the delete method. So I'm going to disable the foreign key checks like e, up, db inside the database. I'm going to execute create command, okay, and that will be set foreign key checks equals 0. Okay, that will set the foreign key checks into 0. Then I'm going to call the prn delete, which will delete that specific product so that it won't check the foreign keys, and the order item will stay right there even without creating that file. So I can delete this file if I go with this approach. Second approach is that completely drop the foreign key and don't use that foreign key. Okay, in this case I can just drop the foreign key but leave the index, and the foreign key check, it will run the foreign key checks. I can just remove that function. In this case it will run the foreign keys, but in this case products won't have a foreign key on the order items. Okay, and in this case it's gonna be just deleted the product so that the order item will remain. The third approach, which is maybe the best approach, but this requires much more modifications, and maybe we're going to implement this in the future, is that we don't actually delete the product, but we mark the product to be deleted. So we give it in the database like the deleted at column in the products. We add, like, maybe we add 2 columns, deleted at and deleted by, who deleted the product and at what time the product was deleted. Actually there still exist that products, so that we don't have any problem. Also in the backend, when we check the orders, we don't have any orders right now, we have some problems, but when we check the orders, by the way, this is a bug which we need to also fix. When we check the orders, if we have a look at the order items down below, the image was not displayed, but the product will still be there. It won't be deleted. In this case, we are going to have the full information about the product. As I mentioned, probably this is the best case, and maybe we're going to implement in the next videos. Also, this is because this is an open source project. I will probably implement that specific feature, but in this case we're going to make it working, and the simple solution will be just to drop the foreign key. Okay, so I'm going to remove these things and just leave the drop the foreign key, and let's just execute the following code: php immigrate. Yes, well, in this case we have an error because the foreign key is already dropped. So once again I have to go to the tables and delete them. Okay, let's delete one by other. Okay, first order items needs to be dropped. It has a foreign key problems. Then products can be dropped. No. Okay, let's drop the migration. Let's drop the cart items. Let's drop the products, then orders, and then users. Okay, let's run the migrations. And now everything was successfully applied, all the migrations. Okay, and we should see our application up and running. So we have. But on the backend side, we have an error, and that actually happens because we go to the order index and we have the following error. Why? Because we should not be even able to access the order index if I am not authorized. Okay, so we need to go to the backend order controller, and we need to add the access control behavior just like we have on the site controller. On some of the actions we have the access control right here, and on logout and index only authorized users are able to access. So let me just copy this. By the way, we need to also have a look right here. Maybe we don't need some actions down below. What actions do we have? We have login, we have forgot password, which by the way is not implemented. That's also something we need to take care of. But I'm going to copy the access control, go to the order controller and paste right here. But I'm going to change the actions, of course. I don't need to access any actions if I'm not authorized, so remove this. And I'm going to write here the actions I need. I need the index action, I need the view action, I need the update, order update, and I don't need the order delete. Do I? No, I don't. I think I don't need. Do I have the order delete button visible? So let's go to the views, order, index, scroll down, and we have view, update, and delete. So we do have order delete button, but should I be able to delete the order? Well, yeah, I'm the admin of the website. Maybe I need to be able to delete that, but sometimes users, yeah, this is one thing also to keep in mind. Sometimes if the admin of the website has a button visible right there, even if that button should not be used, we don't have any guarantee that the user won't use that button and then start complaining that, hey, I mistakenly clicked that delete button and that order was deleted, can you please restore that? And then we have to take care to have a look in the backups or some other things to just restore the order. So even maybe on the orders, it will be very good to have the deleted at and deleted by columns so that we don't actually delete the order. But in this case, I think we don't need that delete button to be displayed on the order index. Okay, so I'm going to remove the delete. I'm going to go to the order controller and remove that action as well. The rest of the actions should be here, index, view, and update. So I'm going to specify right here index, view, and update. These are the actions on which the user needs to be authorized to access. I'm going to replace the class names with class because the class name is deprecated. Let's refresh the page, and now I'm redirected to the login page. Okay, so we are finding the problem. So because we installed the project like from scratch, we found a couple of problems, and that happens very often from my previous experience, and we have to take care of this. Okay, now we have the fresh new installation. I think I might be even able to access the product, right? I'm able to access the product controller as well. So I need to copy the same thing and go to the product controller and paste right here. For the product, we have much more actions: index, view, create, update, and delete. I think we need all. So index, view, update, we need create, and we need delete. Save and refresh, and here we have it. Let's change this into class as well. Nice. Now we need to log in order to create the products and to display the products on the front end side, right? But I have no idea what is the username and password. I don't even have the accounts because the user table is empty. So I have to register. So go to the sign up, and I'm going to try to register. Okay, let's just specify the dummy email and some password, hit the enter. because we use the file transport, the email would be written inside the front end runtime mail right here. So this is going to be the email. I just need to click on the following link to confirm my my account, but I'm going to go directly in the database. So I'm going to use the phpMyAdmin, refresh, and this is my user, and I'm going to edit that and change status into active. Okay, so edit and change that into active, hit the go. So now I should be able to log in with that user. Let's try. Okay, I'm actually able, and I should not be able to access backend side because that user is the front-end user, right? So let's test this functionality as well. I'm able. Why? So that's tricky thing. So let's check the admin field right here, which is 0. It is 0, but I am still able to access the backend. Okay, something went wrong. Let's go to the backend, which will be the login form of the backend. And we need to find the user whose username is this, status is active, and admin corresponds to 1. Okay, why was I able to log in on the backend? Let's check the site controller. Backend controllers, site controller, and let's check the login form. So this login form is common models login form. I think that's the reason. Now we have backend models login form as well. Which one is used in the login action? Logically, it should be backend. It is actually backend models, my mistake. So it is the backend models. So when we use model login, this is using the common models login form. However, we have that get user. So I'm going to go to that get user, which is inside the backend models login form, and I'm going to dump that user, this underscore user, and exit right here. Okay, so let me just log out and try to log in with the current user. This is null. Okay. Okay. I see. No, I don't see. So in the backend controller, so we call the load, then we call the login. This login is common models login. I'm gonna dump this get user right now. Okay, dump this get user, exit right here. I think I found the reason. So we need to check the following case right here. Let's check the current user right here. Refresh, and the user is null. If the user doesn't exist or the validate password failed, we need to show incorrect username or password. Okay, let's just reload. We do have vardom somewhere. Okay, where is that vardom statement? Okay, what just happened? Okay, something has just happened. I registered and then I was able to log in on the backend, but now I am not able to access the backend. So I need to delete that record. And I'm going to sign up once again. Okay, let's now check. So we have the user. This one has admin 0. Let's try to log in on the backend side. Okay, incorrect username or password. Let's try once again. No, it actually doesn't work. Now I'm gonna change its status into active. So set this into 10. Yeah, I'm setting it into 10 because the user status active corresponds to 10. Okay, so set go and reload the backend with the password. No, I am not able to log in, but I should be able to log in on the front-end side. Okay. Yes, I'm able to log in on the front-end side. What is the user admin? Is it still 0? Yes. Let's try to log in on the, let's reload the page, or just access the login page and try to log in once again. No. Yeah, there was some temporary issue, maybe, I don't know, but the user status is set into 0. The admin, the admin is set to 0, so the user should not be able to log in, because in the site controller we are using the backend login form, and the backend login form's get user uses that admin corresponds to 1. So yeah, that is actually correct. Okay, so we fixed a couple of things, and I'm gonna commit this. So first of all, we fixed that migration. So fix the migration of foreign key on products to order items, and the other things will be allow accessing products and orders for authorized users only. Okay, now that's not even correct. That is not correct, and let me tell you why. I'm not going to commit this. I'm thinking, so if somehow I manage to log in on the backend side with the username Zura, which is not admin, by the way. If I am authorized on the backend, I will be able to access product and orders, right? Product index or order index. But yeah, so because I am not able to access the backend because the current user is not admin, then I guess this is okay. Yeah, I think this is okay. So the only, like, the problem, it's not might be a problem, but the only thing we should mention is that if the current user status is changed into admin, for example, and the user was logged in into backend, and its status then was changed into 0 manually or by another user in the future. There is no possibility to change the user status from the interface right now, but in the future, if the user status was changed from 1 to 0, the user still will be logged in inside the system and will be able to access the products or orders or something like this. But I think we're going to take care about this later. So we're going to just leave this, and I'm going to commit this like I was going to commit. Allow accessing products and orders for authorized users only. Now we have to take here a few more things. First, let's test how the products are created on the backend side. But for this, we need to log in. And this is also one thing to consider. So we set up the system, but we don't have possibility to log in on the backend side unless we go to the database and change that admin into 1, and now we are able. So I'm going to create a console script which will register the user. So you just give it a password, give it a username, it will generate a random password, give you that password, or you can give the username and password as well, and it will generate the admin user. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to go to the console controllers, and I'm going to create a one. Let's call it just app controller, and the namespace will be console controllers. That must extend from console controller, console controller, and I'm going to create one action create admin user. Okay, we're going to accept username right here and password. The password might be null. Let me collapse the right side, and I'm going to create new user. So user equals new user, common models user. I'm going to specify the username. Username equals username, and user password, or user has set password, I think, right? So if the password is given, I can take the password. Otherwise, I can generate the random password, but I'm gonna also assign that password into the password variable. So password equals password, or app security generate a random string, and I'm going to give it a length of 8. Okay, so I generate that random password. I can give that password to the set password, and there are many other fields in the database, but we only need, let's check the user, which fields are required. If we go in the rules, so first name, last name, username, and email, these are required. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to give all of them, like the user username equals, not the username, but the first name equals username, user, last name equals username, email equals the same. That's going to be email equals username at example.com, and we have the password and username. And I'm going to call if user save happened. Let's just output console output. That's going to be user has been created. Okay, and we're going to output also console username is this, and the password is this. Okay, otherwise we can write an error. Console error user, and let's just use the username. User something was not created, and we can even print the errors. Var underscore dump user errors. Fine. Let's open the terminal, and I'm going to execute php app / create admin user. Okay, I'm calling that action. If I don't pass any argument, I'm going to have an error. Unable to resolve the request. Okay, that is something different. Create admin user. It should be user. Create admin user. And I call it create admin user as well. And missing required arguments username. So I'm going to specify right here admin is the username. I can specify the password to be admin as well. Hit the enter. and user has been created, username admin, password admin. All right, I think I missed one thing. So if I check in the database, that new user admin has also, the admin corresponds to 0, but we need to set the admin equals to 1. So I just delete that user, go and change the user admin equals to 1. And let's execute this once again. The user has been created, refresh, and it has admin 1. Now I should be able to access the backend side using admin. Let's see. Okay, the status is 9. Okay, we have to give it a status also active. Okay, user status equals user status active. Save, delete that user, and recreate. Let's try to log in, and here I am in. So I am actually able to log in on the backend side. That's fine. So now I can create products. Test. I'm going to give it price 1, published. Okay, and here is another problem, and this is not more a problem. This is, I think this should be written in the README, and I'm going to do this. So the front-end URL doesn't exist. That comes from the params. So I need to write this in the README. I'm going to write the README, just don't record the while I'm writing the README. So I will go to the common config in main, not the main, but params local, and I'm going to put right here that the front-end URL is http Yii2 ecommerce.localhost. Okay, this is the front-end URL. Reload the page, and this looks nice. Go to the front-end side. I see that product right here. Okay, let's commit what we just created. Okay, create console script to create admin users. Okay, I'm going to commit that and push that. Okay, I'm going to test this on other cases as well. Like I'm going to create admin user second time. I should see an error. Duplicate entry admin for key username. Okay, I should see more clear error. That error comes from the database, but the error should basically come from the model level. So if I go in the user, in the rules section right here, I need to specify that the username must be unique, like it is written in the sign up form. Let's find out that place. I guess this is here. Okay, this is it. Okay, if I copy that and paste, so username must be unique, and the target class is, I can specify also self. This is the target class, self class, and the message is the username has already been taken. And if I execute the same thing, I see that nice error that is basically a result of the var dump we created in the app controller right here. Okay, that's much clearer error. The username has already been taken. Okay, nice. So we tested that. We can commit this one as well, and maybe we need to copy the same thing for email, this one, and put it in the user. The email and username both should be unique. I can specify right here also self class in this way. Okay. Okay, nice. So let's commit that. Okay, I'm going to give it a restrict to use the same username, restrict to use the same username for user model. Okay, so let's just commit that and push that information. And we also need to fix the password reset functionality. Okay, so on the backend side, if I just log out, wait, before I do that, I need to test when the product is deleted, what happens with the order item, right? We fixed that migration. So I'm going to make an order, add the item in the cart, go to the checkout page, and I have that information, but I don't have the address information, so I'm going to fill up that address information as well from the profile. So let's just write dummy something something something, hit the update. I don't see the success alert, and there's some error, I think. Yeah, there's forbidden error that comes from the "you are not allowed to perform this action." Update address. Okay, strange. Let's go to action, update address, and if it is not Ajax, no, I think this is not the reason. Okay, I think the error comes from here. This is the problem. Updated address. It should be update address. Okay, let's click on update, and now I see that. Okay, look at this. So we are just testing. We just reinstalled the same system second times, but we follow the process. We fill up our address information. We did a couple of other things, and we found a lot of bugs. Okay, so I'm gonna comment this one as well. Fix bug in user address update. Okay, let's just push that. Okay, so now we have the address filled up. Let's go to the cart, go to the checkout. I'm going to click on that, and we have another problem. That is the PayPal client ID, which needs to be inside the params. That is actually not an error, not a bug. It just should be here. So I'm not going to test in this case the PayPal functionality. I'm just going to give it the client ID and reload. Let's go to the cart. Okay, it looks like that the order has been made. So if I go in the order section, I see the order right here, which is unpaid, which is like a draft order. So the order has been made. If I go inside the order, I see that order item down below. If I go in the products and delete that product and go in the order, I still see that order items. Okay, it's not actually deleted. Okay, so everything looks good. We just need to specify right here PayPal client ID. I need to write that information in the README, and I'm going to do that. So we have to specify PayPal client ID and PayPal secret. So maybe I can copy that from the old. Just open the params local. Okay, we need also vendor email maybe, and the backend email maybe. So I'm gonna, the backend email is not actually necessary. It's not even correct right here. So let's just copy these 3 lines and paste right here, and let's test the PayPal payment once. Okay, I need to create product, test. Let's just give it price, published, go on the front end side, add to cart, check the cart, checkout, checkout. Let's pay using PayPal. By the way, I don't remember what was my PayPal. Sura personal at example.com. I don't remember if that's it. I guess that was correct. Come on. Okay. Pay now. Okay. We have to wait a couple of seconds. In the best case, we need to show also some kind of loader thanks for your business. Okay, and I'm redirected to the home page. If I go on the backend side, go to the orders, I see that order is paid. I just have a look at the order. I see the information of the user, and as soon as I ship that, I will go and edit that, change its status into completed, hit the save, and that order turns into completed. So that this is the basically full flow. One last thing we need to do is the password reset functionality, which simply we forgot to implement when we were working on the backend side. So I'm going to open spadmin 2. Actually, I already have that, right? So it is in my downloads. So this is the admin. So let's go to the, no, this is not the, so this is the admin, and we're gonna check the forgot password functionality. So I'm going to actually open this in my PHP Storm, and we need to take that outer row. We need to do something similar like we have it on the backend side. So go to views, site, like we have login here. We're going to create password, forgot password. Okay, let me actually copy and paste from the login everything. And we have to find also the forgot password functionality, which should be inside common models. No, it is in the front end models. Password reset request form. I guess this is it. So on the front end side, we have that password request functionality, and we do need something similar on the backend side. I would say we need the almost exact same thing, just like we need to find the user who is admin. Okay, this is what we need to do. So now I'm going to do the following. I'm going to copy that model into common models and paste right here. I'm going to give it the namespace common models. Then let's go to front end password reset request, and I'm going to extend from the common models password reset request, and I'm going to delete everything. Okay, and then I am going to leave it like this. So everything basically comes from the common. Okay, I just still leave that class because if I want to override some things, I can easily do that. I can of course delete the whole class, but in this case I have to go to the site controller and find that password reset request form and change the namespace into common as well. But I'm going to leave this, so if I just need to override something, I can easily do that. Instead, I'm going to go to the backend models and put this right here. Of course, give it namespace backend models, and I'm going to find that send email, which does, by the way, a lot of things. The user. So maybe I need to create a separate function find user. So I want to override specific thing how the user is found on the backend side. So how I need to do this? I need to override the whole send email, or I can go to the common models and create a function, protected function maybe, find user. Okay, and that find user has the following code right there. So user equals this find user, just like this. And let's paste this right here. and we just need to return, and I'm going to give it also doc block that this returns the common modules user instance. I can specify it right here as well, or I'm going to leave it. I don't use the PHP 7.4. I want to write PHP 7.4, but I forgot that I don't write in this project. Okay, so I have that find user which does these necessary things. I don't want this twice. Okay, so this should work in the same way as it was working before. However, on the backend side, I have the possibility to override that find user, and then I can actually change that return. Okay, so I just need to override that find user function, and I'm going to specify right here also the admin corresponds to 1. Okay, the rest of the things will be the same, just like we have on the front-end side. On the front-end side, I'm going to find that reset, or let's just find the reset or request password reset. I want that, so I'll just copy that action, go to the backend controller, side controller, and this is called forgot password. Let's give it the same name, forgot password. I think it's not a problem. However, I have pasted something wrong. Okay, we have that password reset request form. I'm going to import the backend class. Okay, check your email for further instructions. Everything should work. We render that request password reset token, which is not, it's called forgot password. And we need to take care that forgot password PHP right now. So we get request password reset token from the backend namespace, and we don't have that welcome back. It should be called forgot your password. Then we have the forgot password form, and this is going to be the email. Enter your email. We don't have the password, we don't have the remember me, we just have submit button, and we don't also have the forgot password because we are on the forgot password page. Instead, this can be login. Let's save, go to the backend and refresh. And now, what is this? This one is using different layout, I think. So on the login, we use the blank layout, and we need to use the same layout on forgot password. Refresh, and this is my forgot password. We have that 2 lines HR like this. That button should have request, or just let's give it just submit, and that should be my email. If I just type some dummy email, I get there's no user with such email. If I just type zuraexample.com, I get something. I don't get the error, by the way, but I don't get the success as well. So let's check the backend side controller. On the forgot password, okay, that should not work because the find user needs to select the admin user, and that user is not admin, I think. If we check the users, Zura@example, where's the email? writeexample.com is not an admin user, so we should see that there is no user with such email or something like this. If I check that rules, here's the problem. Okay, in the rules we're going to check, I think we need to override the rules in the backend as well, so it needs to check the user which has status active and the admin corresponds to 1. So I'm going to copy these rules, go to the backend, paste this right here, and specify the admin must be 1. Now let's just reload, and I see there's no user with such email. If I enter admin@example.com and hit the submit, okay, I'm redirected to the home page. Probably we should see a flash message that hey, your password reset link has been sent or something like this. If I check the backend runtime mail, I see right here, follow the link below to reset your password. So I see that link, and probably I should see the flash message as well in the backend. And I need to go to the layouts, blank layout, and right here I just need to output the flash messages. So that will be I think there is an alert inside the common widgets alert, right? Which is it used somewhere? Right click and find usages. I think it is used somewhere. It is used in the front-end views layout main PHP, like so, which takes the information. So I just need to copy that and go to the backend and simply put that information. Okay, let's just import the alert class from the common. So save, go to the forgot password page. Now we see a lot of things, so let's just reload, and I'm going to now try to recover admin@example.com, hit the submit, and I see check your email for further instructions. Probably we should have it inside the card body, maybe. Save and reload. Let's try once again, admin@example.com. Okay, check your email for further instructions. Okay, I think that's not bad, so we can have it like this, and we check the email, we just click that confirmation link, the runtime mail, this one. So let me open this on the browser, remove that extra equal signs, remove that 3D, remove that extra equal, hit the enter, and I have a problem because that reset password URL doesn't exist. Okay, we have to create that one as well, and that should be in the backend site controller right here. And let me just copy from the front end controller, site controller, it should be reset password. Let's just copy. Okay, let's just copy and paste this. And we also need that reset password form, which comes from the front end. So in the front end models reset password form, we have that, which finds that user by password reset token, and again we need something similar on the backend side to find that. Okay, so again I'm gonna copy this. So actually I'm gonna pause the recording because I think this is something repetitive things. I'm gonna pause the recording and do this thing and then get back when I do that. Okay, so I made a couple of corrections, as I said. So it was like similar work of what we did for password request model. So I created a form in the common models right here, which is reset password form. Actually, let's try to commit everything, and I'm going to explain while I'm committing. Okay, so in the site controller, finally, so we have two new actions. I formatted the code as well. So we have two new actions. One is forgot password, second is to reset the password. Okay, so I created two new models in the common: password reset password, password reset request form, and reset password form. And both in the front end and in the back end, these models are extended. Okay, we have created two new views in the backend side folder, and in the reset password form in the common, I changed one minor thing. In the constructor, I used that function find user, which does the following: finds the user by password reset token, and on the backend side, I just overrode that method find user, and I'm trying to find the user who has the admin 1. And that's basically all the thing. You can find the source code, of course, on the GitHub, and nothing major. And I'm gonna give it a commit create password reset functionality on the backend side. Let's commit and push that, and I think we have much more much more complex and perfect system, because previously we just had a forgot password text. Simply I forgot when we implemented the admin, and now it's there. It's essential functionality which needs every admin. Alright guys, this is the end of this video, and I hope you like it. So this is the longest video I have ever made. This is the full working process, as you can see, and that's why it turns out to be very long. But I hope it was interesting. I hope you learned a lot of things. If so, leave a like, leave a positive comment down below, and share this video. If you are new to my channel, hit the subscribe and the notification bell button so that you don't miss any upcoming videos from my YouTube channel. If you are interested in this project, check out the GitHub repository, which will be in the description of the video, and give the repository a star, and you will also be informed about the upcoming changes in the repository. Alright, let's finish the video. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next time.